So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna actually like we're gonna start Camelot right now in the alt account. But like literally I don't think there is a big like pressing need necessarily to get surf mode because I'm gonna get Habitrot. Now, will my Habitrot be in P5 anytime soon? No, probably not. Not until LB6. That won't take long. I'm not even kidding, chat. I think we'll probably get Camelot done this week, which then means next week is Babylonia already. Now we will start having events again, but like I could very easily see if like by the end of the year that I am probably at a point of like having, we'd at least have part 1 done, and I would probably be neck deep into Lost Belt. I don't think this is the Sphinx yet. We'll go with this. Pretty sure you're Bond 5 now. I think all my 4 stars are Bond 5 on this. Yep. Every 4 star is Bond 5. Wait, is every 5 star? Yep. Gawain be spiced. Do you have your rail? No, I have better your rail. You'll see, chat. When I did my first Camelot, I lacked Urael. Was so sad. I mean, if I had to, I could bum rush Urael up to at least usability. But yeah, I don't think I'll have to. Yeah, like honestly, the biggest thing this account fears is force support, and I'm dead serious. Because that's the only thing that's going to have issues. LB5 will be fun. I really don't want to have to do LB5. All right, like LB5, LB6, and LB7 are just going to be a little bit hellacious depending on how developed the account is by the time I reach there. See, every once in a blue moon, you just have to like abuse Lady Avalon's ability to self-charge to get her Noble Phantasm off to help your refund because you know you're not going to 3-turn. Also, when's the next 5-star ticket? That's a good question. Do we have another one, chat? Or are we done for right now? I don't feel like we have another one. I was maybe thinking they were going to give us one with the 10th anniversary, and they did not. 30 million? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well. Arts and crit up. And I soak all the stars. Don't mind if I do. Well, that's just enough. Time to NP seal. It feels weird seeing Lady Avalon in a time of singularities. You never knew this was a thing. It's even more ironic given that this is Camelot. This is extremely, like, weird that she's here. Like, I would actually like to see... I think it'd be a cool thing to have, like, what-ifs like that and see stuff like that get explored narratively in the story. But I feel like... I don't know, they just maybe don't want to, like, send some of the stuff more and allow it, but it is what it is. I get that it's probably a lot of work. Okay, so... we have Leonardo da Vinci here. It's completely unupgraded version of Leonardo. I could bring it. I really don't feel like it. I don't think it's worth the extra FP at this point. Yeah, why don't I show off Murasaki Rider? She's a fun unit to use. I'm not a huge fan of this ascension of her, but she is definitely an intriguing unit to loop with. Especially if this is the node that I think it is. So basically she's a debuff centric unit, but like I said, normally I'm not a huge fan of debuff units, but Murasaki Rider has like every capability to succeed as a debuff unit. A copy of the servants that actually make an appearance in the story? That's interesting. But that would also get really problematic at points, I assume. Now, this is an NP5 version, but she only had a K-scope equipped, so... oh, she didn't kill, damn it. I was really hoping the Mighty Chain would make that pop off, because that would have been a one turn of this. Gonna give the attack ups here to give the as much oomph as possible. I'm gonna hope that one of these crits. There we go, we got it. And yep, there it is, the 378k Sphinx, where you're just like, what? They can't make me fight this? This is bullshit. Well, the devs heard you saying that the game was easy, and they said, all right, here you go. And behold, as I still probably managed to one-turn it. Oh, no, we didn't get the arts crit, so maybe not. Yep. And this is one of the reasons that Murasaki's just so nice. She just loops pretty well if you get her cards. So she's a very prolific unit in that regard. Gonna use the waiver cards here as they're actually effective. Damn, 300k with an insurmountable challenge. Hey, back then this was like, back then this was like at least like a disturbing amount of health. You did not want to just waltz into a node and see a 300k enemy. 100k maybe, 300k no. But nowadays, yeah, that's nothing nowadays. The future events, we can't just have Gouda Gouda and summer events as the main events of the year. Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to, like, if we're not doing story, they're gonna have to start like getting the event pacing of the game back, if nothing else. Okay, we are up against an assassin. Dare I ask what it is? It may be multiple assassins. But given how art-centric my account is, this may actually be a good time. Sorry, I said art-centric, but I meant caster-centric. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. Hassan's? It's probably the Hassan's. Oh, it's definitely not MHX. Not in story. This isn't Saber Wars. These days, the equivalent would be 3 million HP, I guess. 3 million HP would be so difficult that the vast majority of players would complain about it. I'd say 1 million HP would be the equivalent. I'll just go ahead and pop that just to get the charge per turn going, but not the best use of my resources there. Also, this is a 4 enemy wave, so this is just kind of annoying. I remember being scared of Daeon's interlude early on. Wait, what? Did it crash? Yeah, that I understand, because Daeon's was like, you were supposed to death proc it, and if you didn't know that and you just went in, you were just kind of stuck. And it's not like the interlude was free either, so it's like you basically were just costing yourself AP. And back then, like, AP was much more of a commodity. You did not want to waste it if possible. Ace the phone killer strikes. This isn't even on my phone. That's what's kind of funny about this. Nor is this her in her like third ascension either, which is usually the one that I assume is worse. $10K PC can't run FGO, right? Clearly FGO is a highly advanced game. Clearly. This is 5 enemy waves. Okay. At this point, it's just use it or lose it type of gameplay. She's just gonna outright kill everything. I'm not gonna get to use these cards. I thought only your third ascension does that. That's what I was saying. Like, I thought that as well. But I have noticed like sometimes the simulator just crashes. It is what it is. I honestly, I don't think I have that high of an opinion of LD player, because like Avalon's worked with me numerous times to try to get like the simulator working well, and it has issues. I don't know why specifically for me it struggles so hard, but it definitely do. Is Seatonai good? Kind of want another alter ego, but I don't know. Damage outputs are a big concern, but like she's at least art synergistic, so you do have like decent refund capability to do that. But most people will tell you to just go with like Melt instead, because Melt is just so jacked. No idea why it's like this for you. Yeah, it may just be like it doesn't play nice with like Windows 11 or some crap. I've noticed like Windows 11 just seems to make everything worse. If I basically could switch this computer off of Windows 11 back to Windows 10, well, I say back, this computer technically never had Windows 10, but it's like if I could get it to Windows 10, that would just be so much better at this point, I feel like. I know they keep saying like, oh, Windows 10 is losing support, you can't stay on it forever, and I'm like, bet. Just seems to be emulators in general. I've not found one I don't have some issues with. Yeah, I do think that's a thing. I think it's just due to the natural state of emulation. It always results in some jank, so that's a hard evasion. So there's nothing I can do for this turn other than gain Noble Phantasm. So basically, this is a good idea for me to pretty much just go ahead and use things like Noble Phantasms where I'm maybe just not going to care as much. So we're going to go ahead, pop both of these. And the idea behind this is, and just to kind of explain, this is a little bit of a lesson in the Immortal comp, right? So basically, if you get additional overcharge, she gets critical stars per turn on Lady Avalon. But if we get additional overcharge on Castoria, you can see it says apply an anti-enforcement defense state 1 time 3 turns. And the number of times increases with overcharge. So this gives me multiple stacks of the solemn defense. So that means I can be hit multiple times without any damage being dealt to me. So that's the entire premise behind how the like invincible comp works, is you're just trying to jack up as much like overcharge on Castoria as you possibly can, and then you just put her last in the sequence, and you basically don't necessarily get the most like high powered offense out of it. But what you do is you get a defense that's so strong that like 99% of the game's enemies cannot get through it. So it becomes a pseudo like I win button for a lot of challenges, and it's hilarious. Windows seems to have a decent operating system every second time. Yep. Melt is the definition of a servant that isn't meta but has aged well. Well, it's easy to age well when the devs keep giving you super buffs. Like, in all seriousness, the big thing that they had to fix with Melt was just her original buff that fixed how her like NP down and NP damage up worked. Once they fixed that, Melt became so much more like infinitely usable. And that's why, like, you'll see me talk about that with other units, and I'll say like, hey, they need to actually like buff a unit similar to how they buffed Melt, because nobody really likes like certain delayed effects and stuff like that. Okay, this is another like servant gauntlet, so it's probably the Sons again. say Ibuki would be ideal here, but I prefer not having the... Yeah, there we go. Give me a starting charge C. This Mystic Code is going to end up being my first rank 10 Mystic Code, I suspect. It's either going to be this one or this going to be the OG. I remember how Windows 8 got so much backlash they had to make it update to 8.1. I'm sorry, I'm not having a high opinion of Microsoft anymore. I feel like Microsoft has just become a terrible company. And it basically just boils down to they can't be asked to actually do like quality control on their updates. And so because of that, like everybody suffers. And then they inevitably try to like milk you with each Windows version. And they're trying to just make it where you just perpetually have to keep getting new Windows versions and keep paying them. They're trying to go like live service model and stuff, and it's just like, dude, I hate this mentality that so many of these companies have. It's as Bob likes to refer to it, it's the infinite sustainability like model, and it's like nothing is infinitely sustainable. You're not going to be able to do that forever. They become lazy and greedy like Nintendo is currently doing. Yeah. Where's Windows 12? Probably still not for another like 2 to 3 years at least. And that's only after Windows decides that people just really hate Windows 11 and nobody wants to use it. This is unfortunate. We are going to lose a little bit of the damage output here. I'm going to go ahead and even though this is like not good cards, I'm going to attack Nitocris because I could probably kill the Chimera easy with the AoE NP. And I'm going to pop her Noble Phantasm to get Ibuki more charge. And because I didn't have an Ibuki card, I'm going to go ahead and select Lady Avalon's cards to just try to get her back to yet another NP. And that's actually perfect. I have the exact amount of Noble Phantasm charge I need. Lady Avalon should naturally get that charge on her own due to her NP and her passives, so we're gonna do the waiver card instead. Also, Microsoft rarely improves their virus defenders anymore. Yeah, it's so like I do not actually care about like their stuff. I do think in the future though, the big thing we need to watch out for is like AI generated viruses. It's already been a thing, and I think it's only going to get worse. As AI gets used to make viruses faster, basically. Just spamming out new versions that, like, we basically can't write enough, like, code to defend against. Windows 10 would be the last operating system we would need. It would just continuously get updated. I feel like they did say something to that, but now I feel like they've said it about Windows 11. And it's just like, dude, I'm so over this crap. This may be a Sphinx again, but I don't remember if it is or not. We'll literally just take her and go with it. When did you start the new player account? I've had it for like, what, 2 months now, chat? I think maybe a little bit longer than that. To be fair, we've basically slow rolled it over the past couple of weeks because I've been busy doing like the events and stuff. I like how I guessed correctly, and this was, in fact, the Sphinx. I only wish that I could have gotten the waiver crit damage buff in here. I could have, but like it would have cost me refund or charge rather. Didn't matter. And that was without any of the attack buffs from Lady Avalon or waiver. Like, part of this is like, hey, this is just the power of an NP5, but the other part of it is just like supporting people properly and like getting them set up for success. And you can do some pretty dumb numbers. And I would have been very well equipped to just do it again, even if that didn't get close to a kill. Yeah, I don't have any of the enhanced start dash benefits, which is funny because it basically means that, like, again, you guys have looked at me and you've said like, oh, your account got really lucky. While that is true, it's also entirely possible that people got more lucky than me. People basically just had better resources, or people like maybe they actually spent a little bit of money and did like the GSSRs, for instance. So it's like when you start considering that, yeah, the game actually gets kind of funny. Go back to the OG Mystic Code here. I think short term from the Mana Prism shop, I probably need to get a good 50% CE. I also probably need to unlock like my Bond C and my QPC at minimum. And I think from there, I also need to potentially, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I probably need to see about like getting like a Mystic Code or two unlocked. Okay, this is not ideal. I think I literally just have to send this. There's no carding through this wave. It's just high enough. Got that start dash luck sack though, pretty much. But yeah, I didn't want to give myself any sort of like insane advantage in this. I didn't want to do anything that like nobody else could do. The problem is like getting lucky on some of the units does mean that like I have units that other people can't have. It just is what it is. The longer I play this account, the more it was going to deviate from like something else like that someone else had. So turn 3 is coming up, so I should get more Lartoria cards. There we go. We'll actually just double stack both of them right here, so we make sure we kill this one, and we'll let Oberon take the Sea Fiend. And then this should be fine. We'll go ahead and commit. And there we go. She's now fully buffed up, and we basically just slaughter the final wave. Who was my tutorial 4-star? I got 2. It was Sisteno and Nitocris. Which Nitocris was just a really good start. Sisteno has honestly not been useful, but like that's pretty much what I expected. Until I like commit to investing in Sisteno, she was doomed to not be useful. So there's just like, there's going to be issues like that where you get certain units early. You don't necessarily have to commit to them. They're not like the best thing for you to do. Helena is also good when you can't get her anymore. Unfortunately, the starting roles have changed to what is currently their final form. Let's go with it. They removed Helena. That's stupid. They removed Helena because everybody was getting Helena. Helena was too strong of a pick. I got Helena when I started. It was damn good to have her. Yeah, like, she was the de facto, just pick her, you'll thank yourself later. I like how it's just the Sphinx over and over and over again. I did not remember having to fight the Sphinx like 3 times. I'm just gonna full send this. We're gonna see how much damage I can get out of this. I actually didn't remember having mystic code or command codes on her. The Sandstorm also didn't have phones. The Sandstorm and Camelot's backgrounds that you guys see used to absolutely destroy people's phones. It was hilarious. It's like the early phones could not handle it. Then over the years we've gotten better phones and they've been able to handle it now. Also, what was that? I just bonded up like 3 units at the same time. Thank you for the 18 cal, appreciate it. My phone got wrecked by the storm. Yeah. Like I said, it may very well be the reason the emulator crashed. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. It's not the computer can't handle it, it's the emulator can't handle it. Wait, really? My Castoria Berserker's not up? That's actually interesting. No problem, thanks for all the content. Yeah, I'm happy to provide. There we go. Switch it. I just wish it was not like as repetitive getting through story. But I kind of understand. It's like this is just one of the problems that we run into. Actually, I probably should have changed the backline units because I believe they're all Bond 5. So eventually you want to like Bond 5 all of your units, and I've mentioned this a couple times before, I think, but the reason why, again, is that in getting them to Bond 5, you unlock their strengthenings and interludes, and that's super important for making the units good in the long term. Plus, unlocking strengthening and interludes, there's just nice benefits to doing it. So, like, again, like if you do an interlude, you might get like essential materials to drop from it. So it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of worth. Simultaneously, you'll probably get like quartz for getting it done. So you want basically access to as many strengthenings and interludes as you possibly can. The only way you're going to do that is by like leveling up and bonding up your units. That's why we advise people, it's like at least level and bond your units. You don't necessarily have to skill them. That's up to you. But leveling and bonding is a kind of midterm goal. But bonding, there's no requirement for you to do anything other than just put them in your back line. So just keep an eye on that over time. I kind of want more Black Lagoon. Now that someone in chat brought that up the other day, it's like I realize we don't get a lot of animes that are just their own unique concept anymore. Everything has to be a trend chaser. Well, that will kill. Goodbye, Ozzy. Nito is a pretty selfish servant outside of outside the heal after strengthening. Yeah. Nito, I mean, to be fair, like, it's fine that Nito is a selfish servant. She is just there basically to facilitate your farming. And she is really good at that. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, you'll notice I, for instance, am not using her too much right now because as we're going through story, she's not that good because you're facing a lot of servants. And a lot of servants, like, just in general, servants as a concept, it's very difficult to death proc a servant. You as the player can be death procced very easily, but you as the player trying to death proc an enemy servant, that's very difficult to pull off. Usually it just does not happen. We got Hell's Paradise. Hell's Paradise is pretty similar, I will agree. I stopped paying attention to them after that. Yeah. I feel like a lot of the anime awards are similar to like the gaming awards. It's like, it's just a popularity contest amongst canned choices. So like, they're not gonna let you actually choose. It's, oh, well, the thing that wins is the thing that we, the judges, want to win. And if you're like Crunchyroll, for instance, and you're running the awards, you're not going to let a non-Crunchyroll thing win. You're not even going to let it on the list. What about all the isekai? I actually really like isekai, but listen, let's be frank for a second here, chat. Is isekai way too much of like the anime genre at the moment? Yes. Yes, absolutely. I don't know why there's so many isekais. Should there be isekais? Yes. Should they be good? Yes. Not everything needs to be an isekai, though. I don't understand why anime as a like concept seems to want to like kill ideas, like basically just keep mass producing them so much that eventually everyone's just bored of them and can't handle them. So it's like people are just tired of it at that point. It's like, why don't you give it a rest instead? So I feel like we're just like one more gimmick away from like people basically being like, oh, this is the new trend. And then everyone's going to be like, oh, not again. And then we end up with like another 5 years of whatever the new trend is. More in the cyberpunk vein, like Bubblegum Crisis, Ghost in the Shell, or Ergo Proxy. We could use another Ghost in the Shell. Like, even if it's just a reboot of Ghost in the Shell, Ghost in the Shell would do really well nowadays, I feel like. Like, I think people would appreciate Ghost in the Shell a whole lot more nowadays compared to how they did in the past. The other day I saw a graph that showed all isekais over the years. It really spiked in like 2023 or something. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so it's just 3, so I can still bond these guys a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, at least the vending machine isekai is fairly well written, but I'm sorry, it's like that. To me, that defeats the point of an isekai. Isekais are about escapism, and usually you want to see yourself in the character. Even if you even if it's not a like one-to-one, you still want to see yourself in that character. It's really difficult to imagine yourself as a vending machine. Sorry, it's just the truth. Yeah, I think the sandstorm is making this thing chuck. Funnily enough, the vending machine one is better than it should be. Yeah, absolutely. I thought they were making a new Ghost in the Shell. Are they? That's good if they are. Because like we've at least had like oh, what was the one? What was the one cyberpunk anime where it's like the detectives and they're like the entire system is controlled by a machine? Chat, why am I forgetting the name of it? There is a new Git scheduled for next year. Nice. Psychopaths. Thank you. Yeah. So like Psychopaths was at least another interesting concept in the same vein. And that's what I'm saying. Like, could they do more? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not opposed to the return of Speed Racer. If they wanted to do a like more modern take on Speed Racer, I think that'd be fine. Like, my understanding is people actually don't hate the Speed Racer live action movie. Who would I be more likely to grand? Urail or Ushi? Ushi. All the way. Are you asking character preference or are you asking gameplay? Oh, it's a Spriggan chat. Oh shit, here we go again. Gameplay? Well, I lied when I asked you that question because the answer didn't change, no matter which result. The only problem with Urail, and I really do mean this, is that Urail's Noble Phantasm strength does not scale. Instead, what scales is her anti-man damage, and that is such a weird thing. I don't think it should work that way. I think they should actually like go back and change it. She is a unique unit in the game in that regard, but it's not in a good way. I don't think that provides any actual value. Are Spriggan Sky? I actually don't know. They're probably Earth, but I couldn't tell you. All right, chat. We are already in section 3 of Camelot. We didn't get to play it too long, but I'm going to go ahead and end stream here, as it is time. Okay, so as we continue on in the story here. It's just a berserker. It's probably against my better judgment, but we're gonna switch and we're gonna do my Arcuid here. Just finished the Olga CQ on an A. Wasn't too bad for this one. Yeah, Flare Olga's not too bad. FIFA makes money like the country's GDP. Well, it used to. I'm not sure that it does anymore. From everything I've heard, FIFA did. Football Club does not, apparently. One day we'll get Titanfall 3, boys. Didn't they pull the plug on Titanfall 3? Because basically it just wasn't popular enough. I've also heard, yeah, because like Respawn is their other one, and I've heard that like Apex is just struggling. But I don't play Apex enough to know if that's actually true. I'm just gonna send this. I see no reason not to. Still flabbergasted at how EA purposely screwed Titanfall 2 over. Yeah. Khad, mind if I put my friend code on here? Go for it. Absolutely overran with cheaters and nothing done. To be fair, okay. I hate to say it, but I do believe that modern shooters are going to begin to really struggle. I don't think they can keep a lid on the cheaters anymore. And like supposedly chat during the Battlefield 6 beta, they banned 30,000 cheaters. And that's just what they caught. That is so much. That is such an absurd number, chat. There were 500,000 people playing it on Steam. 30,000 is still a statistically significant chunk of that. That is so many people that it means that on average, you had a cheater in just about every single game you played. That's so fucked. Because like I said, remember that 30,000 number is just how many they banned. There were clearly more. We got IRL aimbots now, so yeah, I don't see them being able to stop stuff like that. How could you cheat in a beta? Because it was still functioning on largely the same engines and systems that the old Battlefields did. And I know that sounds like absurd, but yeah, that's why. Titanfall 2 got released between COD and Battlefield. Yeah, and I will say this. That is just a massive, like, logistical blunder. I've seen people, like, saying, hey, I'm going to delay my game because Silksong's coming out. I've seen people say, hey, we're going to delay because Grand Theft Auto is coming out. And I've seen people, like, mock these studios. Anybody that mocks a studio for delaying their game because another more popular game is coming out is a fucking idiot. I don't know any other way to say that. Like, it is just actually smart business sense. Why would you mock a studio for delaying? It's smart of them to do it. What about releasing your game sooner before a popular game releases, like a month in advance? Oh, so you mean how Game of the Year Baldur's Gate 3 decided to release earlier to get away from Starfield? I can't say that that was a bad idea. It clearly worked out for them. Bethesda has also lost the plot. I'm not willing to say that, like, Bethesda's dead or anything like that. I still have a little bit of hope and faith in them. But you're not wrong, to at least to the degree of Starfield. I think Starfield was one of the, like, more soulless games I've played that I managed to still overall enjoy and play for a while. Let me show you guys what I mean. Chat, I don't get to 164 hours playtime if the game is shit. Okay? Starfield is not a bad game. But Starfield lacks soul. It does not. It feels like the most decision by committee, like unwilling to take a chance type of game that, like, that is what ultimately held it back. And I'm going to be honest with you. The only reason Starfield still has any amount of relevancy is the mods. And I did call this back then. I said, regardless of the issues with Starfield, I knew it would succeed because of this. And I've been right. Because the people still playing Starfield are still playing it because of the mods. And why? Because I knew, and this was the exact reason I was excited for Starfield. Chat, what was the last good Star Wars game we had? And there it is. A moddable space exploration RPG. Yeah. That always had Star Wars written all over it. Always. I knew that is what it was going to turn into. And therefore I knew that game could not fail. It's too big to fail. It's too good of an idea. To be fair, anything released 3 days after Starfield would have been okay. Starfield at least still had a lot of people playing it when it first came out. The internet definitely like gave it a once over, right? But I'm also going to say the internet. So let me be clear here, chat. To understand the phenomenon, you need to understand that almost everybody and their brother got Starfield. Why? Why? If you can't answer that, you probably don't know and probably should not weigh in. God, I cannot even fathom how many hours I actually have on this. Like, this is just the recorded amount. This game, chat, you guys need to understand. Skyrim was the game of the decade. Okay? And by a lot of metrics, you could still argue Skyrim is the game of the century currently. This game was so popular. People took off work to play it at a time when people didn't really do that. Everybody played it. Everybody was excited for it. Everybody modded the shit out of it. So when Starfield was coming, everybody thought this was gonna be the Star Wars / Mass Effect version of that. That's what everybody was thinking Starfield would be. How did the devs fail? I'm gonna just be honest with you. Starfield's story is straight ass. Starfield has somehow, honest to God, it feels like Starfield has less content than Skyrim does. And that is unacceptable. Now, if you were to go ask an actual developer who worked on Starfield, they would tell you that's not true. It's like so astronomically wrong. Starfield absolutely has like probably 10 times the content that Skyrim has. But you don't feel that way. I don't feel that way. Why don't we feel that way? And that is your answer. It doesn't have substance, yeah. I think the saddest part is even though everyone got it, the game itself left almost zero impact culturally. Where are the memes, the cosplays, the fan art? That's what I said. It felt like everything was decisioned by committee. There's just nothing very memorable about the game. And that's sad. Like, I will still go back and I will play Starfield again at some point, but I am waiting for more DLC. I am waiting for more fixes. I am waiting for more systems. And I don't blame anybody else for taking the same stance. I saw the list of mods my buddy had for Skyrim. That's when I saw how much of a gooner he was. I have a very humble 187 mods. And I only keep the mods that work. And I will probably go back and I will probably play Skyrim again when the itch calls. I have played Skyrim so many times over the years. I have played it so much that I'm pretty sure I've been everywhere and done everything in the game at some point. It's a game that's worth it. Oh, I've said this before. Like, if you were to charge me $500 to play Skyrim, I'd pay it. And I would feel like I got the better deal still. Now, the thing is, and let me state this. This is also the issue with Starfield, okay? Skyrim is not for everyone. If you don't like open world RPGs, you're not going to like Skyrim. You're not going to like Oblivion. You're not going to like Fallout. You're not going to like Starfield. So that was the disservice that happened there. You had a shit ton of people that gaslit themselves into playing a game that they really probably should not have played. I'll give you another example of when this happened. And it literally happened within the past 5 years. Tell me I'm wrong. There's a reason why Elden Ring's player count peaked so hard and almost immediately fell right back down to earth. Because this peak was still like, I think it's like 700,000 players, and it fell back down to like 200,000. Because 500,000 players shouldn't have fucking picked up the game and only got it because they hyped themselves into the point of thinking that they had to try it. So it is what it is. Okay, we could take Kai, but we're not going to. We're gonna find that Khadroth fellow and we're gonna take him. Because this is a saber-only fight. So this is probably Mordred. FromSoft makes such good games, but they're not for everyone. Yeah, I mean, like, chat. Full disclosure here. I have heard numerous people tell me that Elden Ring Night Rain is a great game. And I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I'm not saying it's a bad game. But I know that its battle royale / roguelike mechanics do not interest me and do not make me want to play it. If I played it, I would likely have a bad opinion of it. But I know that, so I just don't play it. And therefore, it can be a fantastic game in its own right, but it's just not for me. And you know what? That's fine. That's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Looks like we got some enforcement knights to get through first. This could make things problematic. I'm not touching Night Rain as it's not for me. Yeah, exactly. And that's, like I said, people just got to come like way more to grips with that. It's like, you could play Starfield and you could hate it and it might just not be for you. Like, I can't tell you how many times I saw someone play Starfield and said, this game sucks. I didn't like Skyrim anyways. And you sit there and you go like, those two statements, Starfield sucks and I didn't like Skyrim. It's like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You didn't like any other game that this game was based off of. Why the fuck would you think that you liked this game? I don't understand people like that. But it's also why, like, gatekeeping should probably be a thing. And it's also why you shouldn't just try to get every one of your friends to play a game. If you know the friend doesn't like that, why would you try to do it? I'll give you guys an example. My friend, Mr. Danger Creamy. He does not like two major things that I can think of. One, he has thalassophobia, so he does not like the ocean. Okay? So, recommending Creamy play a game with me where we're on a boat in the middle of the ocean is probably a stupid idea. Simultaneously, Creamy doesn't usually like PvP in video games. So trying to get Creamy to play some PvP game with me, also probably a bad idea. Right? So it's like, if you know that the friend is not gonna like that style of thing, but you keep insisting that they should try it, you do not only your friend a disservice, you do yourself a disservice. And it's so wacky to see people like not understand that. Okay, so we're up against Mordred here. Mordred also has her own gimmick. You can see Rampage. This is gonna set charge to maximum each turn. This means I am on a timer. I kill or am killed by Mordred. So what are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna kill Mordred. That's basically the best case scenario here. And the hope will be that we drain. Now there's two ways I can do this. I can do this the preventative / inefficient way. This is the way that you should play the game, which would be that I can protect the entire party by pressing Lady Avalon's Invult. Or I can just send this NP, hope it drains, and if it doesn't, I can scuff, aka I can close the game down before the turn ends and revert back. That is absolutely a possibility for people to do. Some people will look down on it in the challenge community, but frankly speaking, if you're a more casual player of the game, who gives a rat's ass? I didn't drain her. It didn't matter. Thalassophobia is a good word. Well, I think Creamy would beg to differ. But... he didn't drain or charge anyways. Yeah, Squirtoria has a 70% chance to drain, so it's a highly likely thing, but also not guaranteeable. However, and this is an interesting aspect, chat. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look, but Squirtoria's drain does happen after damage goes out. It is possible that I could not drain Mordred because Mordred was considered to be dead. That is technically a possibility. You drained her health instead, pretty much. Just outright killing is fine too. Yeah, hey, if you have the power, go for it. But Khad, I didn't have Lady Avalon in 2018. Yep, that's true. Ironically enough, when Camelot came out, you also didn't have Scriptoria. But she's still a very solid option even now. Now, this is interesting. This is a 1 out of 2 battle. I don't know why, but we're going to find out. Here's the overkill. Or Merlin. True. Break bars before break bars existed. Yes. Oh my god, it's Mordred again. Now, I could try to drain her chat, but why would I try? And there you go. I made the Mordred gimmick look like it was nothing. Now, I don't believe we're done with Mordred. I think there's at least one more iteration. I thought Squirt came out with Camelot. No. Basically, Summer 1 happened right after Camelot. I believe it even happened, like, in between, if memory serves. There was also a period where, like, for instance, you could not roll Lartoria, but Lartoria was in the game. Sorry, you could roll Lartoria, but basically the only way that she was rollable was if you had beaten Camelot and you rolled the story banner, which did not guarantee you her. Because she had not officially had a banner yet. And then they released their anniversary, which had a GSSR. And you could get her in that GSSR, but she still hadn't had a banner yet. Old FGO was whack, chat. And then we got the second banner to Camelot. And then we got Summer. So it was like really kind of wacky. This is a 1 out of 2, and none of these are particularly threatening, so I'm wondering what is on wave 2. Only true degenerates rolled the story banner. I didn't. Now, I regretted that. I about had the same result as if I had rolled the story banner. I also did not go after Lartoria in the GSSR, and that was the actual bad choice. So there were 2 pools that you could choose for the GSSR. There was pool number 1 and pool number 2. I don't remember who was in pool number 1 specifically that I was after. I do know that Lartoria was in pool number 2, but I said, well, whatever, I'm going to roll for Lartoria anyways. So I didn't roll pool number 2. So what did I get, chat? Does anyone that's an old member of the channel, you might remember who I got. In fact, let me see. I'll maybe see if I can pull up the GSSR. I'm amazed at how much I still remember all of this. See, there's Camelot summoning campaign 2. There's Summer. Takeuchi drew something for an A. Nice. Where's the GSSR? Yeah, the 3 knights plus extra the 4 horsemen. Like I said, Lartoria was on this. I did not roll this one. I think because at the time I had her. I had her. And I basically just said, well, I definitely like her, but the odds of a repeat aren't good here. And I'm going to roll for Lartoria anyways. So instead I rolled this one. So chat, who did I get? There's a reason I specifically remember this one. Nope. I did not have Jack at the time, and I did not get Jack until I rolled Lartoria. Vlad? Nope. Ozzy? Nope. Titty Monk? Nope. Titty Monk, actually, I spent about 1,300 quartz trying to get. Nightingale? No. Mabe? Nope. Somebody else said Drake? Nope. Kamamo? Nope. Alter? Nope. Why do I remember this, chat? Why do I remember this? Allow me, for anyone that's new. Just for reference, this is Annie 1. This is the first year. So why do I remember this, chat? I'm waiting on someone to say it. No one said it yet. Why do I specifically remember rolling waiver in the first anniversary GSSR? Field got it. Already in the first year, I had gotten 5 waiver spooks. And then I got waiver on the GSSR, and it was my very first ever USO. That's why I remember it. And I'll never forget it. It's why I remember the exact timing of the banners. It's why I remember my folly. Because, chat, I absolutely should have avoided that banner. Waver was the only unit on that GSSR that I could get a USO from. And it still happened. So it's like, not only that, I got further compounded and dunked on by then having to go 1890 courts for Lartoria NP1 right after that. So do you think I should have rolled the other category? I think I should have. I think I regret that one. Trauma, indeed. Is that why you fear USOs so much during GSSRs? Yes. Yes. I have been there. Chat. I want... allow me. Back then, let me show you the units on this banner that I had. That's it. That's it. And this was NP1. And this was NP5. And you guys can see there are 10 units. I didn't lose a 20%. I lost a 10%. There was only a 10% chance of getting a USO. And I got it. So you want to know why I don't like getting USOs on GSSRs? That's why. Because if I can, I will. And I hate to break this one to you, chat. That is not the only time I've gotten a USO off a GSSR. So I have a very healthy respect for it and fear of it. That's also why when people get upset when I roll like a double GSSR, I don't give a rat's ass. Because I have gotten hard fucked by GSSRs multiple times. So it's like getting USOs that are completely worthless to me, and then the game finally bails me out and gives me a double. Yeah, sure, why not? I understand now. Khad has been broken since year one. Yes. Yes, I have. Does your NA have 10 USOs right now? No. It has 11. To be fair, chat, I had planned to use them this year, and then it just didn't happen. You could literally get whatever you want. That's true. I could. Victoria USO easy. Yep. He's seen all the world's evils. He's been Khad Alter the whole time. Forgive me, chat, but this is one of the reasons why I have my whale cred. Okay? It's why when someone's like, Khad, did you see so-and-so whaling? Khad, you don't know. Khad, you've never had that. Khad, you've never experienced... Doesn't faze me. I've seen everything, chat. Literally everything. My dream is for Khad to pay me 2 USOs per month for editing, if only that were possible. Well, I mean, we could make something like that possible, but we'd have to get you whaled up to a point. Is it ever recommended to skip GSR Destiny pool summon if you can afford it? What do you mean? Like, is there logic to skipping? Yes, sometimes. If you're somebody in my position, theoretically, you could get to a point where you just say a GSSR is not worth it. I'm just paying for a USO. Even then, if you're at that point, that is probably one of the cheapest USOs you'll ever get. So, arguably, it's still worth. Where would it not be worth? You have NP5 of just about everybody. And you already have too many USOs to actually do anything with it. And before someone in chat says that's not a thing, think again. It is absolutely possible to have too many USOs. I am not that level of whale, and I will never be. Thank God. But there is a different level of logic that applies when you are that level of player. This is why when I say free-to-plays can do anything that a whale can do, that is the truth. With like basically just a couple of exceptions. And one of those exceptions is things like USOs. Okay? This is why sometimes whales operate with a different logic than free-to-plays do. And this is why, for years, I have basically taught free-to-plays how to play like a whale. And whales how to play like a free-to-play. Because it's actually good to know both strategies. Khad with his casual 20 NP5 Merlins right now. No, yeah, like I said, I'm not on that level. When I say I've seen everything, I mean I have either experienced myself or I've seen it. I've seen somebody else have it. The strat is called free to whale. But no, a little bit. That is one of the reasons I got popular. Is I explained whale strats to free to plays. And I basically allowed free-to-plays to understand why whales played the way that they did. And then I talked to them about it as to whether or not they should also adopt the same tactics. In most cases, the answer was no. A free-to-play can play like a whale, but it's not in their best interest to do so. Let's go with the Brave Chain. Didn't get the first crit. That's big sad. If we had, we would have killed. I genuinely want to know Khad's opinion on that. Sorry, on what? Other systems to get 4 and 5 stars, like a system where every time you summon, you get coins. What's that? You want more servant coins? No, I don't hate the idea. And I do feel like that's one of the ways in which, like, more modern gachas just kind of have a better system than FGO does. I think particularly with regards to 4 stars, that really does make a lot of sense. I don't know that the devs will ever do it. How to farm FGO with this one weird trick? Yeah. How do you like your burgers cooked? Okay, so I actually answered that yesterday, but I guess Ash wasn't watching stream. Self-control is hard. Yeah, 100%. It's why, like, I call people out for it. Wait, writer. This has just got to be wyverns. Gotta be wyverns. But yeah, no, it's why I'll call people out when they're not exercising self-control or they're not exercising consistency and then they shit on the game. So let me give you 2 examples. Example number 1 is, like you said, like self-control. Well, if you YOLO every banner and then you say that it's impossible to reach pity, I'm gonna laugh at you. Example number 2. Consistency. If you claim it's impossible to hit pity, but you don't play the fucking game every day, I'm gonna laugh at you. Not because you don't play the game every day, but because your take is wrong and bad. And it's bad because you don't play. You don't realize that. That's a, like, short-sightedness. And then they'll go like, well, I shouldn't have to play the game every day. And then I'll be like, yeah, sure. Go back to playing, like, Uma Musume every day or Honkai Star Rail every day. And then tell me that that's an actual take, right? Like, of course you don't have to play the game every day. But you can't judge one game off of not playing it every day, but then you play another game every day and that game's better. It's like you're not applying the same balance and concept to it at that point. But no, I mean, self-control is the hardest thing. A lot of what this boils down to, chat, here's your life hack. It's this word. You have to have this. If you don't have willpower, you won't succeed in anything in life. It does not matter what it is. It can be any number of things. But if you don't have willpower, you will not succeed. So it's like, it's just something you've got to learn. If you're sitting there thinking, man, I really need Merlin, but you blew your load on like 3 other things prior to Merlin, you didn't need Merlin. It's that simple. 2 HP. So it's like, if you actually really did need Merlin, if that was the thing and you were like, man, I've got to get him, you have to keep reminding yourself of that. You have to basically beat it into your own skull that you can't roll that other unit that's in the way. It will stop you from getting the thing that you want. For instance, chat, the new player account really wanted to roll Ibuki, but I didn't. Why? Because Castoria is coming. If you ever need help with willpower, come to me, talk to me, ask me. I've had numerous people do it over the years. I can easily tell you guys how to reshape your thinking to not roll. Because there's never a problem with, hey, Khad, should I roll? It's always, hey, I don't think I should roll here. Tell me why that's right. And then I can easily just frame it for you and talk to you about why you shouldn't. Because in general, and I've said this before, I'm one of the only people that'll usually tell you not to roll. If you go ask most other people, anybody in the community, and you're like, should I roll X unit? They will say yes. Unless their opinion of that unit is bad. And then that's still not necessarily a conclusive answer because people have all sorts of biases. But I'm one of the only people that will tell you, no, don't roll. Keep your eye on the prize. Focus on the thing that matters. Chat would riot if you luck sacked. You should have seen chat back during 2020. I joke that basically I was the low-key cause of COVID because something had to like universally offset the pure amount of bullshit luck that I had in 2020. My average per SSR was under 150 quartz for the entire year. That is how lucky I got in 2020. Now, again, people would potentially lynch me over stuff like that. But the reason that I got so lucky in 2020 is because of how unlucky I got in 2019. 2019 was me spending over 8,000 quartz in one summer. Khad, I need to roll Jekyll and Hyde. I heard he's the strongest in the game. Should I save my Saint Quartz? No. Not for Jekyll and Hyde. Was that when you got, I think, double Musashi on GSSR JP? No, I never got a double Musashi, but I think you're thinking of... There was a GSSR where I pulled a Musashi and a K-scope and one other SSR. All in one GSSR. I forgot any interest in the Metal Gear Solid 3 semi-remake? Yes, but I'm still kind of waiting to hear how the performance of it is. It comes out... Wait, did it come out already? Already out? Okay. So how is it?
82% on Steam apparently at the moment. That's not bad. I heard the performance on PlayStation 5 was bad, but I mean, maybe they just didn't optimize it for PlayStation 5. I feel like it's so difficult nowadays. Oh wait, hold on. This is a saber. I'm gonna play it safe. I don't think this is Mordred again yet, but this might be. Performance, I heard, isn't great right now. I mean, if it's 82% on Steam, that's probably not too terrible. Yeah, it's very positive. Aura Farming Simulator downvoted. Impressive. That is one of the takes of all time. Does it use UE5? Yes. Though, let's be honest, chat. What modern release doesn't? I think this is just in general our issue. Chat. Red wine. That's all I'm saying. I refuse to buy games using Unreal 5. Based. I said it back when Unreal 5 was first becoming popular with a lot of games, but I did not like it. I could tell that there was a lot of issues with Unreal 5. I heard Tim Sweeney recently came out, and he's the Epic CEO. They own Unreal as an engine. And he was blaming developers for, like, the poor implemented games of Unreal 5. I laughed because while there is probably some truth to what he is saying, at the same time, the engine absolutely has a multitude of issues, and they do not make it easy to optimize their engine. They have absolutely waited to do a lot of that, and they are only now responding to backlash purely because they realize it's a brand and reputational risk. And now they're trying to throw developers under the bus and saying they're not doing their job. But the reality is they milked the crap out of the developers with pretty absurd licensing fees and no real fucking support after years. So it's like you sit there and you blame them despite them being your paying customers. Hate to break it to you, bucko, that's not a winning strategy. Chat, that would be the equivalent of, if you remember the conversation we had earlier in stream, that would be the equivalent of me being like, you're the reason my D&D streams aren't working. This is your fault. It's not going to make you want to watch a D&D stream, right? Like, so it's like when you hear basically the product blaming the consumer and saying that's the issue, you sit there and you go, that's an interesting, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. And then inevitably, no, it doesn't. Question, waffle fries, regular fries, or home fries? What is the difference between a home fry and a regular fry, in your opinion? Nicotina, thank you for the 19. How's it going? Yeah, like when you say home fries, are you referring to like potato wedges? Like steak fries in effect? Home fries are wedge shaped. Okay, so steak fries. Honestly, yeah, I probably prefer like wedge shaped more than anything. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter to me. The inner fatso in me likes French fries. I think that's the English / Irish, and I say Irish, I'm not Irish at all, but like it's just the like Britannic in me. There you go. 2 AoE waves. I didn't complete it as fast as possible, but it was still only a 4-turn with a single target. We drink wine inside of honeydew melons with a little bit of sugar and ice. Interesting. I mean, that kind of sounds a little bit like sangria. But yeah, I could see that being good. Gotta be white wine, though. Yeah, I could see that. I'm not a huge fan of white wine. I can drink white wine, but red wine, fucking chef's kiss. Like, chat, I cannot tell you how many bottles I have next to me. This is just what I currently have in the room with me, okay? So, it is what it is. How did Ordeal Call fight go for you? Which one? Are you talking about Flare Olga here on NA? Or are you talking about like the actual Ordeal Calls on like JP? Olga NA? It was not too hard for me. I basically did it Saberface only. I kind of got bad RNG and I popped a command seal in the end, but I think if I had gone back and refought the final wave, I probably could have done it without a command seal. Khad's an alcoholic? No, I actually don't drink that often. Dead serious. But if there is anything that I can drink, it's wine. I think that is... So, chat, this is an interesting thing about me. My mother insists that this is true, and I feel like she's correct. So, my grandfather, after the war, came back to Florida and worked as a chemist in a... how should I put this? Like, in an orange juice factory. My grandfather got put on the line for taste testing because he had a discerning palate. It was determined he was basically a super taster. What that meant is that he could tell basically the difference almost immediately when something was off in the orange juice. My mother insists I have his discerning palate. I have a tendency to agree. It doesn't apply to everything that I taste, but there are certain things that it does. And it's a really interesting thing when it comes to tasting something like wines. I don't know why, but my grandfather drank wine every night. pretty much for like 50 years. My grandfather lived to be 96. So I can't say it hurt him at that point. But I'm not as bad as him in that regard, but I kind of get it. And it's really funny because someone in chat just asked me, what is my favorite wine? It is a Cabernet. My mother did not tell me this until she found out what my favorite wine was. And then she realized, oh shit, he's his grandpa. Because we both love Cabernets. I had no idea. And she basically told me all of that after the fact. But it's really funny now in retrospect. My favorite wine is a good old bottle of sangria. Yep. But yeah, I can basically drink any red. White, I do not much care for white wine. I can drink it, but it is not my favorite. And white wines have a tendency to taste very dry to me. And that is how I usually describe my wines, is on how wet or how dry the wine is. But a lot of the times I can usually tell if I actually like swish it around what the actual like flavor palette is of the wine. I do like a good Pinot every now and then. To me, Pinot is a little bit more of a like fuller wine than a Cabernet to me. So it's like, if I want to get drunk, Pinot's a good wine. Now, this is an interesting wave. We got a 100k Spriggan in wave 1. This is a regular. You do not normally encounter a battle where it's your standard 1 out of 3 battle, but then the front wave has a 100k enemy. That's pretty irregular, but we should be fine. Even if I don't outright kill the Spriggan, I at least have the cards to mop it up. But yeah, I'm not a wine expert or anything like that. I've just had enough over the years, and I don't know why, but like so to me, drinking a beer with the right meal makes sense. Drinking hard liquor with a meal makes 0 sense to me. Drinking wine with any meal, perfect sense. I don't blame anyone for doing it either. Date is tomorrow, right? Yes. Yeah, I will not be streaming with you guys tomorrow. I have a date. Beer is so yucky to me. I grew up hating beer. I've had my first beer in high school. I never liked beer. Until I had dark beer. And then I was like, whoa. Where has this been all of my life? Best of luck cheering for you. Thank you, chat. I don't think I'll need luck, but I think the big thing, full disclosure, the big thing that I'm always looking for on a first date is red flags. Always. And actually, this is funny. I have a hall pass basically to ask any singular question that I would not normally ask on the first date, because I played a game and I won. But it's funny to me because there's nothing I won't ask on the first date. I'm always just that type of person. I don't care. I would rather get the tough stuff hashed out, date number 1, to save us all some time. I don't want to waste anybody's time in a relationship. So I'm only getting Irish whiskey now and then. Oh, nice. Guinness Stout kind of guy. Yep. I with the the British pub that we went to the other day for it was basically my mother's birthday, but I was there with my brother, right? And they had Guinness, and I was gonna get a Guinness, but everybody else at the table started ordering what did they call it? It was basically Guinness with cider in it. And I was like, you know what? Why not? I'll try. I actually shouldn't have gotten it. I should have just gotten the straight Guinness. Because the cider lightened the Guinness. And to everybody else in my family, they liked it. To me, I'm like, no, I would have preferred just straight Guinness at that point. I don't want Guinness to be sweeter. So it was kind of funny because I still drank it all in the end, but I was like, man, I wish it had yeah, I think it is a black and tan. I wish it had been I wish I had gotten the original, just normal Guinness. Does that mean you're going hard on the first date? No, not anything like that. I'm saying there's no topic that's off limits date number 1 for me usually. I will just straight up ask people. Like, for instance, chat, and I did this with my ex. Date number 1, how do you feel about having children? There are some people that will not ask that question date number 1. I will ask that question, and I will not feel bad about asking it. And if it makes it awkward, it makes it awkward. But it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I'm not asking the person to have it now, but the obvious idea is that if I want kids and you don't want kids, we should probably not date. Because that is just going to be a major source of contention somewhere down the line. So it's like, yeah, no, I'll just straight up ask people. It does not bother me. I don't feel it's good to ask in date number 1, number 2, or 3. Yes. Nope. I'll ask. I don't care. That way, by date number 2, they already just know where I stand. If you get to date number 2, you succeeded. That's kind of just how I am. Hardcore, yeah. That's like I said. I've been on several first dates throughout my life, and it's been enough that I've just gone all right, I just kind of need to figure out on the first date whether or not this person has potential. If there's if there's no immediate red flag, then they have potential. That doesn't mean they're the one, but it just means okay, we can go on seemingly getting along together. And depending on what the red flag is, it may not be an issue. It's a red flag, but it's not a we can't date, right? At my age, you don't have to worry about asking about kids. I don't want to get to that point yet. Because I am certainly there, at least in the realm of like women my age are probably thinking they are past their prime. So it's just like, that is certainly a concern. Wait, am I doing a free quest? Hold on. I lost track. The story moved back and I didn't follow it. Asking that and what their plans are for life is important. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I just want to like figure all that stuff out on the first date, and I'll apologize to him. I'll say like, hey, look, I know this is going to be kind of awkward, but it's probably best in both of our interests if we talk about this right now. And then if, you know, like obviously like on something like having kids, right? Like there's way more minutia that's going to go into conversations of that nature down the line. But it's like, it's good to know that we're on the same page right there from the first date. Because if you're not on the same page, then it becomes a question of, do we need to get on the same page? Or is it an insurmountable difference? Is it a rift that will just always be there, right? Looking for free daycare? Yeah. The role of every grandparent. That's kind of funny, not gonna lie. I dare say that's very important to ask on the first date. Yeah, I mean, it can be, right? Like, but yeah, it's like generally, I don't really consider anything off limits. It's like, if you're looking to date the person, you're looking to share your life with them, they better be able to answer. And if they don't want to answer, they get really upset about it. It is what it is. Like, for instance, chat, this was something that did not endear me to my ex. My ex, when I asked her the question on the first date, basically said the equivalent of, I don't want kids, but maybe you can convince me. And because she gave me such a bullshit answer, that question got asked on the second, third, fourth, and fifth date. Nah, that's not it. I agree. If you give a bullshit answer like that, I'm gonna keep prodding. She's after your jeans now. It's just like, there were so many things wrong with my ex. Ironically enough, like the whole like question about kids was kind of the least of my concerns. So it is what it is. If it's not an enthusiastic yes, it's a no. Yeah. I can understand some trepidation, maybe being like, hey, I'm maybe a little old, I don't even know if I can, and that can be a thing. But yeah, I think the idea is like, are you willing to try? And if the answer is no, then it's like, well, then what are we even doing here? You probably shouldn't have kids if you aren't sure. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think if they're unsure, it is what it is. And you just have to say, hey, that's cool. And then it's like, you don't have to have an answer just yet. However, that's where you make your own stance clear, chat. And you say, if you're unsure, that's fine for now. However, I want them. So you need to let me know if that's going to be a problem. Because if they keep you around and then keep kicking the can down the road and keep saying, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, there's a point at which you have to leave. Because it's like, if one wants it and the other one just refuses to commit, it's just a commitment issue. It's basically a no. Cat got the baby fever. No, I just, like I said, it's a topic that comes up. Okay. And there are other topics. Religion, sex, politics, and they kind of need a decent answer on all of them. It just is what it is. It doesn't mean they have to like one-to-one line up with you, but they need a, hey, this isn't a immediate non-starter type of answer, right? Politics is a minefield? Oh, I'm aware. Politics is the, are you going to be able to live with me if I don't agree with you? That's the real question that you need to get over with politics. Religion is a similar thing where it's like, hey, depending on like let's say you are devoutly religious, you're not going to probably like it if the other person is not. Right? So that can definitely be a red flag. But similarly, you might be someone that's more casual and you're not like so gung-ho about it. And it's just more of a question of like, hey, are you going to hate me if I am religious? So like, it really just depends. It depends on who you're dating. It depends on how you feel about these particular subject matters. Like maybe you're not religious at all. Then it's just not a problem. But then what happens when the person you're dating is? Then you go like, oh crap, right? And again, like life goals is certainly a question that has to get asked. Like, it's one thing if I'm like, hey, I want to continue my career for the next 20 years. And then somebody else is like, I want to move to Thailand. Hold on, can I do my career from Thailand? Oh, no, I can't. Wait, now our life goals are incompatible. This is definitely an issue. So we do have a dodge on the 100 faces over here. It is just a hard one-turn dodge. I have no way of piercing it. I can either abstain, which is probably not a good idea since it's turn 3 and everything else falls off, or I can just full send it and mop her up after the fact. What would be clear signs if you ask someone what are their plans for life to see if they behave or not below their means? What do you mean? Like, what would be a warning sign if I ask someone what their life plans are? I think like that sort of thing just is, you have to compare to what your goals are and whether or not like it's something you can live with. Like, I'll give you guys an example. Let's use the move to Thailand example again. Chat, what if the person you're looking to date is rich as shit? Do you care? Maybe not. Whoops, that's the free quest again. Hold on. Versus what happens when the person's poor as shit and they're like, I want to move to Thailand. That doesn't sound like they have a good plan. That just sounds like they're escaping. So it's like context matters, but also why? If it was like, oh, it's my lifelong dream to live in Thailand for a year, I mean, that might be something you could weather. Versus, oh, I plan to permanently move to Thailand and I'm never coming back and fuck all of my family here. I never want to see them again. Like, that doesn't sound like a good choice. But like I said, it depends. Depends entirely on you. Cost of living in Thailand could be cheaper depending on where you are in the US. Yeah. And that could be a conversation where it's like, maybe it's not an immediate non-starter, but you need to know more and you need to talk about it more in the future. So like, it just is what it is. You're just feeling the person out in the first date. And let's be clear here too, chat. I think my first date strategy is different from maybe other people's first date strategy because I'm largely dating women I don't know. Okay? Like, if you're dating somebody that is like, okay, you've agreed to date and this is somebody that you've known like since grade school, there's a lot more of a different approach to something like that. Since you already have familiarity with the person, you probably already know what their temperament and mentality is on a lot of things. So you don't necessarily have to like take it as fast. You don't have to get the nitty gritty out of them right away. You can just slow roll it, basically. So it's like, again, the context matters. It just depends on where you're at. Problem is if she wants to escape from debt by putting herself into debt. Yeah, that can be another concern. Definitely. I don't know what crazy people y'all hang with. Unfortunately, there is all types of crazy out there, and you do need to protect yourself from it. It doesn't mean that every person you date is crazy, but the reason you ask these questions is you are trying to figure out if you need to dodge this bullet. That's really all it is. You're just looking to see, do I gel with this person? Do I get along with them? Can I live my life with this person? Is it worth going the distance and trying to see, are they the one? Or is this person absolutely batshit insane? Is this person completely non-viable? Is this person an absolute non-starter? That's what you're trying to discern. Are they a candidate or are they disqualified? And what that means for different people is different things. So it depends on what you're looking for in a potential mate. It depends on what your goals are. It depends on what their circumstances are. Of course, she had siblings and myself, yeah. Ifrita at 245k. This is spicy. We'll go ahead and do the Mystic Code buff and send it. If I don't kill, I still have enough charge. Everyone kind of broke now, though? What if I told you that everyone not kind of broke? What if I told you that some people are looking for that as an escape? What if I told you that you need to be careful in that regard if you are one of those people? Any marriage is rough long term as everyone changes. Yeah. Yeah, marriage just in general, like living the rest of your life with somebody is not an easy thing. There's always ups and downs. And chat, I can say that as somebody that's just, you know, like having friends over the years. Just trying to maintain a friendship is hard. A marriage is basically a lifelong friendship to an extreme degree. So it's like, if maintaining a friendship is hard over the years, imagine how hard maintaining a marriage is. It is work. And as much as I understand that, I've never been through it. Like, so it's just one of those things. This is probably King Hassan. It's just one of those things where it's like, I'm aware of it, but, you know, I would have to prepare myself for it. No single target caster, really. It looks like we got an Ilya there. We'll probably just take a Castoria here, and I'll switch up the comp. Let's go with that one. That's a cool trick. And then we'll put in Castoria Berserker in here. And I will switch over to Plug Suit so I can make use of all of these supports should I need to. I could use a little bit of a better CE. That is definitely one of the concerns that I have here. My 5-star Cs so far are kind of ass. Ironically enough, the Wangina event should be kind of nice for that. Summer Ibuki versus Summer Musashi. Who to pull for farming and CQ? I'm going to be dead honest with you, and I'm going to say I really like Summer Musashi, but for a new player, and especially anybody that's going to ask that question, you should probably go with Ibuki. Like, for instance, you see how much this account is using Ibuki. They're not mine, but they are still very much so, like, helpful to an account. Charge is super useful to new accounts. Whereas, like, the more established your account gets, the more refund options can be pulled off. I think I've realized I actually like being single and don't want to be in a relationship. That's one less headache. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that that's not, like, not a viable choice, right? Like, I think, to me, even at my age, with how many relationships I've been through, I think mentally I was preparing myself to be alone for the rest of my life. And that may still happen. It is what it is, chat. I hope that this girl's for me. I hope that I'm meeting the right one. But if she is, she is. If she's not, she's not. So it's like, I understand the desire to just be single and be in control of your own life. I will say, however, that I do believe a relationship is worth it. As somebody that has had girlfriends over the years, there is something that is so nice about finding somebody who has your back, finding somebody that supports you, finding somebody that you get along with, both on many different levels. Okay. And I feel like that is worth trying to see if you can find that. If not, it is what it is. I only have the one Castoria card here, so We're actually going to do the setup with the waiver MP. It's okay, Khad. The AI girlfriend apps are getting better every day. Yeah, but I will warn everybody in chat. I feel like this is a good subject matter to at least broach, given the, like the subjects that we have been talking about. An AI will never be another person. And some part of you trying to have a relationship with an AI will always feel hollow and unfulfilling. That is just the truth. Also, don't give your companies your personal info. Yeah, that too. But in general, chat, you need to be careful about that stuff in the future. Because I do agree. I think that stuff is coming. And the only thing I can warn you about is that it won't feel right in the end. And I worry about people wasting their lives in such a way. It is better to fill a void with a companion, even if it is AI, than to leave a void. However, it is much better to fill a void naturally. And I think we're already seeing the effects of how unhealthy it is to rely on AI for everything. We see people that use Chat GPT actually becoming dumber for it. We see people that are talking to like AI companions constantly, mentally checking out of their entire life. And I feel like that is going to cause repercussions and problems. It's not a good thing that people are doing that. Not at least at such a scale. Although we are getting kind of deep here, chat. I will switch back to the 4-star C. I can't wait for this account to be able to roll again, though. It is really going to help it out, I feel like. Just like video games, people are trying to optimize the fun out of life. Yeah, to some degree, right? People are convinced that they don't want to have to deal with somebody else, and that an AI that is just a sycophant and just agrees with you on everything is better. Chat, life is a struggle, and you are rewarded for struggling. If you do not struggle, if you take the easy way out, you are always punished for it. Always. And I think the same is probably true of relationships. You're waiting for Castoria? Yeah. And be skeptical. No matter what, an AI will never truly replace another human being next to you. I do agree it will never truly replace the human being next to you, but we are headed towards a future where, like, chat, you know, like the robots in Star Wars, right? Where it's like you got C-3PO and R2-D2. That's going to be a thing. There are going to be personal, like, robots and androids roving around here probably in the next 50 years. And I say that's 50 years is probably generous. It's probably more like 10, 20. I'd say people getting into those easy relationships are the reason so many fail. Yeah. I feel like I'm intruding. No, it's all good. When is the Castoria banner? Should be September 10th. That is when the 3,000 days campaign. I just put out a video today on it. Go watch it. Because we are also getting a 4-star ticket with that. Ah, nice try. I'm too quick on the draw and I keep like just immediately clicking into the next thing. We're going to circle back to the NTR bots. No, we don't need to talk about that again. I like how I went like pretty far with that joke and then chat immediately took it further. And I'm just like, dude, I can't think on that level. Holy crap, you guys are degenerate. Have the video open a tab for later viewing. Thank you. Send it to your friends too. Weird champ indeed. People are for real trying to outsource their own thinking to AI, and it's kind of scary. To some degree, it makes at least a little bit of sense. So, like, I'll give you guys an example of this chat. A lot of the times, because Okayist, as my editor, is not a native English speaker, Okayist will use ChatGPT to help with the titles of videos. However, on every single video, I go back in behind him and I try to see if I can optimize it. I try to see if I can change it. So in that regard, ChatGPT is helping out. But I am not solely relying on ChatGPT to come up with the right answer. And therefore, it is helping me as I get the best of both worlds. Sometimes I'm better than the AI suggestion. Other times I'm not. There have been times where I cannot beat the AI score. As he says I beat him, but there are times where he beats me too. So just is what it is. Have it speed the process, then review it? Yeah. Now, the thing is, you don't necessarily want it to have to think for you. Because, like, I'll give you guys an example, okay? So, Okayist, with today's title, the title was what it was. And that was fine. There was no issue with it, per se. Except the fact that the title didn't actually state the reason why you should watch the video. Chat, why should you watch a video on the 3,000 days campaign? Because it has a 4-star ticket in it. And the title didn't include anything about that. So it was a good idea to go back in and put that in the title. And that's where, like, that stuff does matter. The thing that the AI bot is better at than I am is coming up with baity titles. I'm not good at baiting people. So it is absolutely better at that. Now, I've also said before that, like, the idea is that you don't want to bait somebody in such a way that they feel like they're worse off for having watched the video. So, for instance, if the video is on a 4-star ticket, saying that it's a challenge quest is not a good idea. Somebody clicking on the video for a challenge quest and getting a review of a 4-star ticket is not what they were looking for. So you don't bait maliciously. You bait in a way that you're trying to make the video seem interesting to click on, but you do not betray the premise of the video. Even AI can't have a sense of humor and puns. That is true. Are not private or secure. Don't give it information you don't want it to be public. Yeah, I agree with that. What the heck? Really don't want to have to NP here, but I might have to. I'm gonna try to pre-card here. Got one crit, but not the other. Which, to be fair, odds were against that happening anyways, but at least now I get the maximum amount of overkill possible here. We need to be masturbating is what you're saying? No. I'm just saying in general, like, there are ways to use AI without turning your brain off. And I do think, like, AI can definitely help, but AI is not a replacement for actually having to think critically. I'll save that. Although, I am just going to go ahead and trigger this, and we are going to go straight for the kill. Because I have the damage here to kill. So this Mystic Code also has arts up and crit damage on it. Most other Mystic Codes, they'll either have like card type up, and that'll be it. Or if they have a secondary effect on this primary steroid, it'll be like NP damage. This one's weird because it has card type up and crit damage. So you can use that to your advantage sometimes like that. You'll never guess what happened next. Yeah, exactly. I remember using the dislike bar as a barometer for if the video was going to be helpful. Yeah. That's usually a good indicator, but not always, right? Like, for instance, I've had videos where it's like, bro, I just needed one thing, and they spent 10 minutes talking, and then they didn't even, like, get to the thing, but then the video still isn't disliked. That sort of thing just is what it is. Even the creator of ChatGPT had to come out and ask people to not use it as their therapist. So many people were doing it. Yeah, I think it's because one of the forms of therapy is just talking to somebody. It is very easy in today's society, I think, to feel isolated and alone. And you can just sit there and talk with ChatGPT. That is an option. Is it a good thing? I don't know. I think, for instance, rather than like becoming super depressed and like committing suicide, if talking to a chat bot helps that, that's a good thing. However, that is a sign that you should seek help. Professional help. I think using the chatbot as a replacement for having and finding friends is not good. I don't think that helps things. All right, here is Tristan. Oh, it's this one. Okay, so technically, you guys can see he changes class affinity. Basically, attack advantage against all classes except Shielder, defense advantage against Saber, and become immune to poison. Sorry, defensive disadvantage against Saber. I was going to say, hold on, I read that wrong. So basically, normally a Lancer would be effective here. Instead, Lancer is the counter class. I'm still going to try to kill him. It might work just due to the sheer absurd strength of my wife here. But this is basically going at a unit as a counter class rather than being the actual counter. So if I wanted to damage Tristan, I should have brought a Saber. And it didn't matter. I talked to my dog. He was a great listener. No, I mean, I talk to my animals all the time, too. I think talking to things nearby that are around you makes a whole lot of sense. But, like, long-term chat, you should talk to another human. That is smart. I feel like this is a trap, and I feel like there are Archer enforcement knights in front of him. I think Berserker is the way to go here. I actually think Berserker is safest. We'll see if I'm right, but... When violence isn't the answer, you need twice the violence. That's true. Remember, G.I. Joe, knowing is half the battle. The other half is extreme violence. Okay, it's not. God, I feel like that is a thing, though, at some point, so... But either way, the Tristan fight is particularly bad if you don't know what you're walking into. We're going to go ahead and kind of just send this, and we're going to pray to God that this works out, but it's probably not. Going to go with the 80% crit there. Have we gotten anything from the daily story roll? Did I get Caskill? I recently got Caskill, and I had a cream hilt that I pulled while off stream. But otherwise, besides that, nothing really. Well, that's fine. Okay, so Tristan just dodged. The good news is his is a times dodge. There's only one evasion left. So if I just hit him, that evasion will go away. So we are effectively going to pre-card his ass and then send the NP. How did I know that? I know Tristan's kit. I knew to look, but in general, it's a good idea if you're unsure. Just check. Make sure the defensive buffs are there. And what they do. Because sometimes they are a full turn duration, other times they are a times limitation. Gonna soak all the stars to her arts cards. Gonna do that. And then we're gonna do that. Now, all of my buffs are gonna wear off, so this is unfortunate, but it'd be what it be. Well, I do main interludes on the side account. I've been doing the combo one because I like her. I might just for resources, but it's not exactly on my priority list by any stretch. And he really dislikes Proto Merlin, and he dodged again. Good news is I do have invulnerability, so we're basically just going to pre-card there. And hopefully this kills, but it probably doesn't without the buffs. Maybe the Buster crit gets the kill. So this was not ideal. I did not take the right unit for this. I kind of got caught with my pants down, anticipating that this was going to be a different fight. I knew it was Tristan, but I thought there were enemies that I would have to fight before Tristan. So I could have played that better. I could have just waltzed right in with a single target saber and just slapped his ass, but it was what it was. Ibuki removed defensive buffs now. Oh, wait. Yeah, hold on. Did I forget about that? Yeah, she does. Sorry, force of habit. But yes, I have been misplaying that the entire time. As Ibuki Doji's NP removes all enemy defensive buffs before damage goes out. And that particular buff was not unremovable. So I could have just sent the NP and laughed. Would have helped me out a little bit. Might have gotten the fight done a little bit sooner, but yeah, it's fine. Now this looks like a mixed node, so this one will just send the same in. How do you think Lasingle is going to handle people coming into the game later? I've talked about how they can. That would be my best guess for how they will. There's no guarantee that they will. So the idea would be that if you do a part 3, that you isolate part 3 and you make it like the new thing that people have to do. And you basically take parts 1 and parts 2 and you isolate them over on their own and you make them no longer a requirement, at least to continue for part 3. So you make part 3 its own standalone story and you can start from here. But then there would still be incentive to go back and do everything in part 1 and part 2, just due to all the milestones, all of the free shit, all of the resources that you get from doing it. So you would still have every incentive to eventually go do the first 2 parts. But that way you don't create for yourself the lasting problem. I swear to God, if it's Tristan at the end of this, I'm going to be like, God damn it, I knew I remembered this fight. I would hope part 3 has a new veteran player option for that reason. Oh, the idea would be that you have maybe like a hard mode version of fights, but it really just depends. In a battle of fashion, who wins? Karna, Arjuna, Bhima, Duryodhana, Parvati. I'm gonna be real with y'all. The fact that none of you voted Karna, you're just wrong. I'm sorry, man. I have mocked Karna's outfits basically for looking like he is going to a gay nightclub with body glitter on. But I will hand it to him. That is a sign that he is way more fashion oriented than like any of the other Indian characters. Yeah, it was a 1 out of 1. I don't know why I thought there was a second wave. Karna has the most drip, unironically. Yep. Grinding caster statues today suck. Yep. I need to get in there and grind some caster skill gems. But yeah, I would hope that they have a new like just basically like a normal version of the story and then maybe a hard mode version for more veteran players. Because I feel like if you have a normal version of like a new story and it resets everything to like level like 5 or level 15, like, oh my God. like veteran players like me, I would just card my way through everything. I wouldn't even have to play the game much anymore. And it would probably be years before I had to try. Yeah, game. Okay. I just need to live in caster nodes for forever. Understandable. I wonder if they'd remove all the story requirements for stuff. That's, to me, they need to do that because they have a problem if they don't. If they don't remove story requirements on future story, they basically are dooming themselves to the Final Fantasy XIV problem, which is a problem where you basically struggle to get everything done and to get your player base caught up. And to be fair, they're already having that problem. If they don't remedy that with a part 3, they are dooming themselves to setting that precedence from there on out, and they will never get a reset. Whereas if you do like what I'm saying there, basically all you have to do is add like a hard mode version of the story and you appease both parties. And I'll be honest with you guys, with regards to things like 5-star embers being in the game, tutorial missions, pure prisms, I feel like in about one singularity, you could take the average node level from like level 5 to like, honestly, probably all the way up to level 90, and it would not be a huge concern. Okay, I did have enough. I rush just to have access to events. Yep, I mean, events are the #1 thing that are driving me to complete story on the new player account. Because there's no, like, dire need to get everything up and ready. It is purely that eventually I will have issues like gaining access to events, and if I don't gain access to an event, I might lose a welfare. I will certainly lose all of the functionally free resources in the shop. So it's a good idea to just go ahead and get caught up. I don't care about spoilers. That's fine, but you do have to respect that other people do. All right, chat, section 13. We will end it here for tonight. We're getting pretty close. I believe there's at least 4 more gimmick fights left, at least. But we're getting there. Okay, chat. So I made some improvements to LD player. It should run a little faster. I don't know if chat can tell. It's definitely running faster. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to continue on with Camelot here. I only got 4 other people to buy dice during Anime NYC. I was only trying to get Bob to buy dice. Wait, how are you trying to get Bob to buy dice when Bob wasn't there? Like, hold on. Actually, what was the name of this one? The Desert of Atlas, and it's a saber. This is probably Lancelot. What was Lancelot's gimmick, chat?
He had some screwy one. He's a ruler. Was that it? Okay. And then Berserker should work against him. So we will flippity flop. Can I fit this? Go with that. There we go. I tried DLing LD player, keeps getting stuck on startup. Could you or chat help me remedy this somehow? Avalon's the best person to talk to about LD player, because he helped me get things nice, but we could never get it running properly without it hitching. And the changes that I made were that I just basically upped the amount of cores that this thing could use and so on. And it's definitely helping it run smoother. But with regards to like getting it to even install, that's definitely an interesting one. Oh shit, I didn't take plug suit, so this will be an interesting one now. I'm doing pretty good, Coyote. How are you? But like, what part are you getting stuck on, Mayo? Like, are you able to download it, but it's not doing anything? Or like, are you getting stuck trying to load FGO? May sound counterintuitive, but try reducing the course to 2. I increased it to 6, and it's really helping, so I'm not gonna lick the gift horse now. That is not a full 50. Still pop it. And we'll do it like that. Not an install problem, just get stuck at 94% on the startup. That is odd. I couldn't tell you unless like it's maybe like being blocked somehow. Like, I don't know if it's trying to like initialize and do something on the like internet and it's like not able to get through your ports or something, but I, honest to God, could not tell you. Hey, what's up, Scarlet? You went to the website, they were out of stock on everything? That's wild. I mean, to be fair, though, I guess I kind of understand it, because on one hand, they probably have to, like, take supply to the con with them. But on the other hand, like, it could probably be problematic for, how do I put it? Like demand. If they have people that are obviously checking them out at the con and telling other people about that, it probably, like, if you have a good product and it sells well, it probably just like massively jumps things. Okay, so just to clarify here again, yes, he is same defensive affinity as a ruler. Rulers are an extra class that basically, they basically make everybody take half damage. Or sorry, make everybody attacking them deal half damage, is the better way to put it. So the way to get through a ruler is either take an Avenger, who is also the extra class that is their counter, or try to go with someone like a Berserker who will still deal effective damage. So that's what we've kind of done here. Unfortunately, I did not take the right Mystic code, so I'm having at least a little bit of issue on that front. Actually, we'll go with the Mighty Chain. Try to give as much charge to Castoria Berserker as possible. Apparently 94% thing is common. A bunch of suggestions from Google. All right, hold on, chat. I need somewhere better to post this. Every part of my room is a wreck! There we go. Wait, where did it go? Okay, sorry about that. Let's continue on. And let's see. So, honestly, at this point, when you get something like this, you just go with the Mighty Chain. Now, I have the 100% arts card. This would actually help her get to her Noble Phantasm. I could also potentially, like, slot in her Noble Phantasm here, but I think we just play this one safe because we're relatively close to killing him. And so we literally just kind of let this one ride. Now, Buster card will do more if it crits than the Arts card, but the Arts card is guaranteed. I think at this point, you basically just run it like that, where you put your least damaging card first, you put your second most damaging second, and hopefully the Buster crits, and it did not. So then in this case, I chose wrong, but sometimes you just kind of got to go with the flow and hope it works out. Okay, now we have our Noble Phantasm. Still not really taking much damage here, but I don't really have any buffs to give either. At this point, we're probably just going to go ahead and pop both Noble Phantasms. Should help out on the refund a little bit, and we'll actually get a little bit of overcharge for Castoria Berserkers MP. Which I don't remember if Lancelot is chaotic. He's certainly not divine. But he shouldn't be chaotic because he is a Knight of the Round. Now, I say that, there is one exception to that, and that's Mordred. Mordred is absolutely chaotic as a Knight of the Round. There we go, and that's just enough. And I did all of that actually without any major steroid being active because all of them were on cooldown. So if I had played this one better, I could have maybe done, you know, a little bit more of a solid job there. Maybe take out the front wave with like a rash or something like that. But this is just one of those things that happens if you're not using a guide. Sometimes you'll have to kind of go in blind. And for all intents and purposes, I intend to basically go through blind, at least through all of part 1, because it's really not too difficult, assuming you know what you're doing. Lawful good? Yep. Pretty much what I expected. Getting distracted. He's asking questions about the T-diffuser chat. Okay. So next up here, it looks like this one's probably just going to be a generic fight. Could be maybe some Sphinxes or something like that, because we do have the caster in there, and that has a tendency to be what that is. So we'll probably just run a nice rider in this comp just to be on the safe side. I'm not really seeing anybody that actually has an appropriate stuff. Have you seen there's an FGO style Wordle game? Yeah, that's meh. Kind of looking through here. Let me see. No pen skill there. So this is actually Odysseus. Odysseus can be really nice, but he is a 30% charging unit. So without the starting mana loading append maxed out with a 50% C, he's not going to get to full. Honestly, Habitrot here is probably just our go-to. So Habitrot's actually a welfare unit, and you will gain access to her after you complete Lost Belt 6. That's not early in the game, so that is the downside in that regard. But for the most part, you should be fine. It just, actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and keep Castoria Berserker on the back line just in case this goes south. But basically, all you really need to understand about her is that she is a very good arts looping AoE writer. She has 80% charge in her kit, which combined with a max level mana loading, which this one has, means that you can basically sit there and say, okay, I've got a max rank charge skill, I've got a max rank mana loading, that's 20%, that's 80%, that's going to be 100, and then that's going to allow me to actually get the full charge that I need. Her third skill also can kill herself a turn after you use it. So basically, if you put it on, she'll still go through the paces of her turn, but then at the end of the turn, she'll die. So this could actually be a really effective tool for party rotation. And you can expect that if I end up with a really high health boss enemy at the end, that's exactly what I'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and heal herself just because she lost some HP. But honestly, actually, she kind of gained it, but regardless, we're just gonna go ahead and send this one and we should be fine. Actually, I am going to go ahead and do like that. Basically, just get Lady Avalon a little bit more charge here, just to help her out in the hopes of getting her to her NP. Lady Avalon's NP, as we've mentioned before, does have the capacity to sit there and, how should I put it? Like, give you stars per turn, give you charge per turn. So it's really, really nice to keep utilizing throughout the span of fights if you don't have an effective 3-turn. She is a sustain support. That is her primary objective, is healing and kind of letting you get back to another Noble Phantasm. So this makes her really, really nice down the stretch of fights. So particularly in a scenario where I know I'm just not going to have enough, she makes a whole lot of sense. We actually have exactly 49%. That'll work perfectly because her skill basically gives a flat 20%. So now we're at 69. Waver's skill automatically will give me 30% charge, so it's just going to round up and we're going to get 100% off of that. Problem is, we're not going to have any charge basically for the next wave. So one of the things I could do is I could either invuln here to get herself charged and then do that. I could also use one of the Mystic Code abilities to do that, but those can also be used on Habitrot. So instead, I'm just going to play for time, basically, since all of my steroids are going to wear off on the next turn anyways. And I'm just going to basically take the triple arch chain here to give her the charge that she needs. And then with this, there we go. We easily handle the wave. You can see she's doing good damage. She has an MLB Black Grail, which is the game's best sort of damage craft essence that you can have if you're going to fire off a Noble Phantasm. So it's a very, very strong one. I didn't see if it was maxed out all the way, but odds are it was, because most players know enough to know to max that one in particular. And then here we go. It is, in fact, a Sphinx. So I'm going to go ahead and utilize the Star Soaking one. I could do this for the crit damage, but I think it's maybe, well, I'm not likely to get down to this in a hurry, so I think we'll go ahead and do it just for the extra crit damage here. And basically, I'm going to take the Arch Chain. I think we'll do Lady Avalon's Noble Phantasm just for the increased charge, because I'm going to need to be getting back to as many Noble Phantasms as possible here, because one Noble Phantasm is probably not going to be enough. There we go. We get a little bit more max HP on the front end. And that's one of the ways that Lady Avalon's different from Merlin. Merlin heals per turn. Lady Avalon gives you max HP up right at the beginning. So you just get all of the healing potential right away. That might sound better to you in some cases, and in some cases it is. In other cases, it's not. It really just depends on what you're doing and what you're facing. So we're going to go ahead and utilize a Brave Chain here. Try to get a little bit of damage as well as refund, because the 20% charge from Triple Arch Chain there would have been wasted, would have just contributed to the current charge of the current turn. And there we go. We're actually going to get really close to killing. So altogether, not too bad. This will end up being a 5-turn, assuming I get even one Habitrot card. If I get all Lady Avalon cards, we're toast, but there we go. Got one Habitrot card. And Waver crits should do the job on their own, pretty much. And here we go. Just enough. Avalon needs a buff. Oh, she's fine. But there we go. So that's an easy breakdown. And like you can see, I kind of just stumble through some of these. I don't necessarily 3-turn them all the time because I'm not like deviating too much in my composition, because I have a composition that is consistent and it works. Even if it's not one that necessarily is the best, I could custom tailor it to each one. If you're following a guide, that's much easier to do. But because I'm kind of going in blind, I'm just kind of picking the option that will result in the least turmoil for me. Okay, now we got a hole. Now this is archers. And I didn't see what the other class was. There we go. Caster. So, I'm trying to remember what's down here. This is basically the Atlas Academy portion. Probably, when in doubt, when you got mixed classes like this in general, still a good idea to keep running a Berserker. I've been using a lot of Ibuki Doji Berserker. She's very strong. She has 50% charge. She's art, so she can loop. Arts characters have a tendency to have really good refund on them, as opposed to someone like Buster that has no refund, or Quick that maybe have like kind of middling refund. So it just works out both each way. All right, so it's a 1 out of 3. I usually just start out by going ahead and doing at least Ibuki's first 2 skills. This skill does reduce skill cooldowns for whoever you put it on, so by utilizing it right off the rip, I'm not getting the skill cooldown reduction on her 3rd skill, but it is what it is. She had 100% starting charge due to an MLB K-scope that she had on herself, so that's just one of those where you just go ahead and resign yourself to your fate and say like, oh, I'm just not going to get the cooldown reduction on that. So I'll probably only get 1 use of this. There you go. She refunds 59%. So I could go ahead and pop her skill there, but it's actually smarter of me to do it like this. Get a little bit of extra firepower and only use 40% of waiver charge. So I still have basically 10% here, 20% here, and 50% here. I'm up against 3 enemies. I'm going to easily refund more than the amount that I would need. So this does set me up very well for a potential like potential turn 3. So this is how a lot of the looping goes for me. It becomes pretty easy down the stretch if you do certain things like this, but it definitely depends on health values. There's a lot of factors that go into NP gain and how much refund that you get on the back end of a Noble Phantasm. So for instance, we got 50% there. Ibuki's not necessarily somebody that's known for her, how should I put it, like actual refund capability. And that's one of the reasons that she has charge. You will see some arts units can refund 80% or even higher. Other arts units are a little bit more like Ibuki, where they're designed to get back to maybe like 50% and then have their charge supplement it. So it works out either way for me in this case because we had enough refund regardless. And a lot of the early enemies were low enough health that we were able to get a ton from it. Extra 1 has mash, who destroys it the second turn if they don't manage turn 1. Yeah, you do whatever. Like, the extra battles are just kind of... I feel like they at least kept things pretty open in regards to that. Like, it's very capable to be completed by a lot of people. So this is an archer. So this is probably Tristan, if I had to bet, but maybe not. I don't... Actually, no, I don't think you fight Tristan here. I think this is just legitimately archer enemies. So in that regard, it's probably a good idea for my Lancer, if I can. We'll go ahead and switch her out. Switch for our other pretender, aka Oberon, who is also a support. And he should be able to do some solid work for us. I will also switch which Mystic Code I'm using. I actually like using mages here because this particular composition, due to Oberon not having any levels, because I just really am trying to get access to basically Seeds of Yggdrasil. Sorry, just normal seeds. But like, it's actually a little bit of a problem for both him and Proto-Merlin because they both take seeds for their opening level. So because of that, if I am in a Buster comp, taking something like Mages works out really well for me because I get 20% charge. Plus, I can card shuffle for better cards should the need arise. Okay.
So we're 1 out of 3. I actually think because I have 50% charge here, I have basically 50 from Oberon himself, and I have 50 plus every time she NP, she'll refund 20%, plus the 20% she starts with. So she basically has like 90% charge with regards to that. So we've got 50 here, 90 here, and 50 here. This means I have about 190% charge, but that's not enough. With this, that's basically 210. That'd be enough for 2 waves. Not quite enough for 3. So what that means is that I'm just going to instead try to card the opening wave here. It will probably result in a 2-turn, and it will. But ultimately, we narrowed it already down to 1 unit. So as long as I get some Oberon or Laratoria cards here, I should be fine. Now, if you wonder why I call her Laratoria when the name at the bottom says Altria, this is another interesting thing. Basically, Artoria, as she is known, is it is the just normal form of her name. That is how a lot of people have translated it for years and years and years. But for whatever reason, whenever they got to FGO, they decided that Artoria's name would be translated into English as Altria. It technically had been something that they had been doing before FGO, but there had been so few actual English translations of Fate products, at least official English translations, that the community had decided to call her Artoria long before that point. And really, the only reason she is called this is that Nasu's insistence, which is a particularly interesting point, because it does result in some confusion amongst the player base. You have people that are always like, wait, what do you mean that's her name? And then you also end up having a lot of people who basically, how should I put this, just insist on calling her the new one. Now, you might be thinking oh, it's not a big deal. And to a degree, it's not. But also at the same time, you'll find a lot of people, myself included, who are just pretty diehard. We always refer to her as Artoria because it's just kind of always been that way to us. And it is the actual proper translation of the kanji from her name back to English. It's also, frankly speaking, a much more common and logical name, in the sense that Artoria is actually the proper translation and into English of Artorius if you were to feminize it. It also is a translation of the original version of Artorius and its family name coming all the way from Latin, where it was known as the Artorii, the family name of anybody with that. So Artorii, Artorius, Artoria, that makes sense. Altria makes 0 sense. I don't know what he's thinking, and we've never really understood why he specifically insists on that translation of the name. It doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't work either with Arthur's translation. So it's kind of weird to translate a Latin name into English, into Japanese, back to English, and then you're playing a massive game of telephone and changing the name. And it's one of the only names we really have that issue with, though it is not the only one. Okay, so we actually ended up with way more charge because of this, so we can actually just get the job done here. And as we predicted, it is just a bunch of archer enemies. At least Extella gets it right. Extella is one of the few that does get it right because Extella was handled by a third party. So it's definitely an interesting thing to see. But it has been a widely debated community topic over the years. But in general, the general consensus is it's Artoria, and we never really understand why people do it. But one of the fastest ways you can out yourself as an FGO-only player or as somebody that's new to the IP is if you refer to her as Altria. So it's one of the ways that we just kind of immediately know. It's there's the newbie. So do yourself a favor, call her Artoria. It'll help you out.
Old official subs for Dean Stay Night and Fate Zero use Arturia. Yeah, I've seen Arturia. I've seen Arthuria as well. And I feel like, at least between Arturia, and Arthuria, I really don't have an issue. All three of those are pretty similar. They etymologically make sense versus Altria, which makes zero sense. I honest to God, do not know how he arrived at the name. It doesn't work. I've seen people say it's the whole L to R thing from Japanese, and I'm like, still doesn't make sense because the origin of the name uses an R in the first place in English. So I really could not tell you why Nasu decided on what he decided on. But he's been pretty adamant on that, and I will honestly say that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Basically, the communities always win in the end over their creators. So, because who ends up having to take care of the IP in the end is the community. So in that regard, he can definitely insist. He can definitely say, I'm the creator. It has to be this way. But basically, the community is going to end up referring to her however we damn well please. So 8 enemies remaining. This one's an interesting one. I feel like this might be better to just go ahead and kind of try to 3-turn it and see what we can make do with. Yep, there you go. The bot also shoots people that say it. Though, some people think that that's because I get, like, triggered by the name. I joke that I get triggered by it, but honest to God, like, I really don't. I know who you're referring to. I kind of roll my eyes at it, and it just is what it is. But the whole reason the bot actually shoots people that say the name is because it was one of my mods' ideas. They were like, oh, why don't we just set it up like that and watch how many people get shot? And it has been a kind of like running gag for a while now at this point. Okay, so I actually can get 20%. I probably should have used, well, no, it didn't matter. So go ahead and send it. We'll have 2 more enemies left. Sorry, chat, hold on. Okay. Ignoring the creator will continue until localization improves, pretty much. And, like, I don't think it's even, like, on the localizers. I think the localizers are basically getting forced to do it, right? So it just is what it is. So I do have a Buster card. I have 2 cards from Oberon. Probably not the best scenario here. I reshuffle. I get 2 Lartoria cards. I could definitely do something like this. I could also just go ahead and pop that. I could use Oberon's Buster up on her. It would definitely probably make the Buster kill. But then that would brick the unit for the next turn. And that I definitely don't want to do. We'll go ahead and use her. She'll still kill that one, and Oberon gets that. And, well, that's the power of a 120 Lartoria. Can still just card my way right through it, even with the quick card. Altaria is the name of a very old Pokemon, so my brain autocorrects the cursed word into that. Jesus. So I could take another Lancer here, but again, when you got mixed classes like this, it just works best to take a Berserker. So let's see. We got Penguin again. That one will work. We'll go ahead and switch back to Proto Merlin. You can see she's already bond 6 with us. I haven't even leveled her skills. I've gotten her leveled up at least to 90, but I haven't even managed to level her skills. We'll switch back to the Arts Mystic code because it also has 20% charge. My beloved bird that somehow knew earthquake. Yeah, that's kind of odd. I fly, but I can cause an earthquake. Must be a big bird. Pokemon in question is also a dragon type, so it fit. Yep. Alright, so this is just a single enemy. I would not get very much refund off of it, and I actually have a full Brave Chain for Proto Merlin, so we're just sending this one. And she will get at least some decent arts off of this. Get some nice NP gain, get up to 60. There you go, 71%. Plus her passive gives her 5% per turn. She's already at 76%. That is definitely not bad. And we are on wave 2 out of 3, so we just go ahead, pop our major steroids there, and send this one. Hey, what's up, Cody? How's it going? Return from your trip to Ohio, was it that bad? I've heard there's something about Ohio that makes people want to go to space, so. So we've got 242k. That's definitely a lot. We're gonna go ahead and send it because just buff duration, if nothing else. We'll basically go ahead and use her attack up, use his 30% charge, and we'll spare the 60% there. There's only 7 stars here, so not really worth, because I basically could go back and actually soak the stars on her, but it's really not going to be that big of a deal. The odds of it critting are still not 100% at that point, so basically just send it and hope you get a arts card on a later wave. But we're probably not going to need it anyways. There we go. Managed to easily mop it up with just the NP and the Buster card. And this is the level 100 Ibuki Doji, so a little bit stronger than normal. I believe she's also in P2, but only using a K-Scope. And K-Scope, while it definitely helps facilitate looping, is not necessarily known for increasing damage output too much. If it is max limit broken and it is leveled all the way up to 100, it does at least have 2,000 extra attack on it. That's something to at least be cognizant of. It can actually help you out quite a bit, but it's not going to be as good as like a 2,000 attack C that's all the way leveled up that has maybe like arts up on it or something, or NP damage up on it, because that's going to add even more to it. This is a Saber. I don't remember if this is Lancelot again. It might be, so I think it's probably a good idea to play it safe on this one. And this time I will not make the same mistake that I made last time. Gonna go ahead, switch in a rash here. That's not the right Arash. That's the right Arash. Okay, there we go. I did manage... Arash is actually the first character I have a rank 10 skill on. So he definitely is helping me out a little bit there. So because of that, any 50% CE will do. Actually, I don't believe I have MLB Dragon's Meridian yet. The FP Gacha has not been kind with Dragon's Meridian copies, which is typical. That means I need a 40%, or sorry, a 4-star C. Go ahead and use Winter Crystal, just enough. So we'll let that do its thing, and we'll actually switch these around. So if you ever use a rash to kill, what happens is he dies, and then the next sub-member comes up. So I'd want that to be her, but I do still need to switch this to that. That should give me the best chance. I'm also watching Grand Carnival. It's really good. Self-aware humor is top tier. Oh, yeah. As a former resident, yes, Ohio's that bad. Up there with Florida. Hey, listen. I got a buddy that lives in Ohio, so that's how I know. My students in Indiana asked if I got offended by Ohio memes, and I told them I make fun of Ohio. It's okay. It's like me living in Florida making fun of Florida. It just is what it is. I don't take it too terribly seriously. Okay, so he is definitely going to do a thing here. We're going to go ahead and just pop the defensive buff and let Arash kill himself, because that is the best course of action here. Now, you don't want to select Arash cards like I'm doing here, and I'll show you why. Because basically, if you do that, Arash is going to kill himself, and you're not going to get access to any of his cards. So, there you go. That was the end of the turn. He uses NP, and even though he had all the remaining cards, he's dead, so he can't use them. Okay. Now I can at least go up against Lancelot with a full kit of steroids here. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. Whatever. We'll do that as well. Kind of overkill. I'm actually going to rotate Waver out. Going to bring in my other account's Castoria here. And also give the steroid for that. And then also do the attack up. Why? Because I pretty much have all of my steroids. I'm actually only missing the 20% attack up from Castoria OG there. And we're just going to do a Arts Brave chain here. So if you get 3 of a kind of the same card, the extra attack will do a little bit better. Definitely helps out. And you can see, still not enough to one-shot, but it's definitely doing solid work, and we still have even more. So we're going to go ahead, use the 30% charge up and the 20% attack up, and we are just going to send it again. Now, I'll go ahead and do this as a precaution because it's a smart idea for you to do just in case, but realistically speaking, I do not need this Noble Phantasm at all. I could just kind of go for the kill. How about you only use Stella once a day? I've only used it once a day. At least today. There we go. So easy way to deal with Lancelot there. Again, like I said, take a single target Berserker, crap on him. He can't do much. But the whole reason I took a rash was just in case the Enforcement Knights were there. And this time they were not. You can see it also gets tedious with just how much story there is. Ooh, there we go. Now we got 4-star mash. This does make her quite a bit better. As you can see, instead of just increasing defense to all allies, it now increases defense to all allies and has damage cut. So this makes her a lot tankier, basically, as a sort of supportive unit now. Next up, we got God King. Well, not yet. Probably Sphinxes here, and I don't remember if this is a boss fight or not. It is 5 AP, which is kind of suspect, but... Well, no, that's 5 AP with the reduction, so it's probably not an outright boss fight. Plus, it's not Lancelot because he's here as a support unit. So, using logic, we can kind of just go in here and assume that it's a good idea to pick another AoE Berserker. Gonna rotate her in. I'll leave a rash on the back line just in case, but you know what? We'll go ahead, we'll switch to her. But I do have to downscale to see, because we are a little bit overbooked. Just enough. Go right back to the Arts Mystic Code. Mash to 10 for sure. Just put mash in. Oh yeah, I absolutely could. Just like, it's just one of those things where like I will level mash up. Mash is a very good unit to level up, but you actually don't have to level mash. I know that sounds like blasphemous to say, but like for instance, Avalon, one of my mods, has gotten out all the way up to Lost Belt 4. Sorry, Ordeal Call 4 without leveling his mash. But apparently, because of the circumstances of Ordeal Call 4, he will actually finally have to level his mash. I know, I find it kind of absurd myself. But it is what it is. OC4 forces a mash solo, so you can't blue cube CS, yeah. Yep. And in a lot of other cases, you can get away with using like a support mash or like a so story support or a friend support mash. In this case, you cannot. So that's one of the ways he's managed to get around it, and it's kind of funny. I could do the star soaking here, but we really don't have any stars to speak of, so we'll just go ahead and put the evasion on. Give her charge. Unfortunately, we're up against assassins, and refund against assassins is not good. If you haven't already noticed it by now, different classes have different refund rates. I believe I've already mentioned it before at this point, but assassins are one of the worst. The only one worse than them is berserkers. So if you're, it's not that the class is bad with refund, it's that when you're hitting the enemy that is that class, that you have bad refund against them. Like, just using an assassin doesn't necessarily mean they have bad refund, but like basically going up against that, you definitely will. Okay, so this is an interesting spread. I'm actually going to go ahead and use the resistant card because the only other alternative is like waivers. And instead, we're going to use this for a triple buster chain against Da Vinci. It's not the best of circumstances, but sometimes you just play the hand that you're dealt. You don't have a whole lot of good cards. It is what it is. Okay, so we do have Proto Merlin's Noble Phantasm. We're going to go ahead and utilize that and then go into a Mighty Chain with the Ibuki cards. Again, just hoping to get her as much refund as possible. Jill's screen card will be so funny. Yeah. Punishing people that don't level their mash, I approve. No, I think, like, especially by Ordeal Call 4, that is perfectly fine for them to force it. Avalon was kind of bummed by it, but, like, let's be real, chat, right? Like, should you have your mash leveled by Ordeal Call 4? Yes. If you don't, that's on you. So it's like, nobody can really complain and be like, oh, they didn't give you enough time. They definitely did. And it's not like she's a hard one to level up. There we go. At least we're getting the weeklies done this way. We're also getting chains. Chains are really good because, as someone in chat was complaining earlier, chains can be a little bit annoying. They're a material that, especially early game, you probably need quite a bit of. They've been featured in a lot of lotto boxes over the years, but unfortunately, if you're not, like, aware of a lotto coming up that has it, it can be a little bit of an oof thing. Now, this is probably Tristan. So because of that, I hate that I'm going to do this, but I'm going to take a single target saber. I'll actually show off Okita here. Okita is a single target quick saber. I don't really have a whole lot to be able to, like, utilize for her, but it is what it is. Now, this is spicy because logically, this is tantamount to suicide. I should not be doing what I'm doing. So in order to protect myself, I'm going to take Plug Suit so that I can swap the party just in case I'm making a grievous error. But you can see, it's like, oh, hey, technically this is the bad draw, so I shouldn't do this. But if this is the case and I really shouldn't do this, I could at least swap out to Castoria Berserker. But like I said, I have a sneaking suspicion this is Tristan. And if it's not, it's not. And it's not. So there we go. I do know there is at least one more Tristan fight, although actually we fight him in Camelot. I don't remember if we fight him again before that point. I do believe that we do at least one more time, but I may be wrong on that. We're just going to kind of send this, let Castoria Berserker just kind of carve these up. Definitely, to a degree, maybe I should have just carded and not, like, tried to front load damage here, but this is just a get through it as fast as you can. By the time you're at OC4, it's a conscientious decision to ignore her. Oh, 100%. And in that case, it was, right? Okay, we do at least have 17 stars, but again, we are going to keep getting backfills here with successively more health, which is not ideal. Go ahead, do one of those. Charge her up as much as possible. I have at least gotten her skills somewhat leveled. And unfortunately, I don't have enough right now to do what I want to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and use Lady Avalon's Double Phantasm. We're going to use her 2 arts cards there. Now, I'm doing it on the high health enemy so that I can get the most bang for my buck here, assuming I get at least 1 crit. But keep your eye on the back line, because the way things happen whenever there's a damage reset. So for instance, I actually don't kill. But if I had, maybe, like, let's say the first card crit and I just killed it outright with that, the next card would just go straight into the Sea Fiend. What if I had a different card? It would default back to the first one, which means hitting the back row can be a little bit precarious. This is one where we're actually just going to kind of continue to card out because I have really good cards and most of my steroids are going to kind of come off regardless. Now I've killed all of those. I have the really low health Sea Fiend here. He's not getting much done, so it's fine. And basically, I am going to continue to just sit here and target the highest health enemy I possibly can with the Noble Phantasm. They might be thinking, okay, but now next turn, that enemy is going to be ready to Noble Phantasm. It will. We're just going to kill it. It's a little bit about triaging this and just going for higher threat enemies. So this would be a potentially really good carding turn now, because whatever enemy comes in on the back end, you can see it's not like we're going to have a whole lot going on here. We'll actually just go ahead, utilize that, and mighty chain this. So we're going to basically get our Noble Phantasm off for Lady Avalon. This is going to give me at least a little bit of extra charge per turn. And then we're going to crit that and basically get... Actually, I don't think either crit, but we're just carding through those first two enemies. It just leaves the one Sea Fiend alive. And now we have the last one. So now if I can get to a Noble Phantasm, I can at least... kind of carve up the Gluttonous Sea Fiend. Now, I do have a full Brave chain here. And so with this, I'm going to put the arts card last just to put it in the third slot. I could potentially put it first to get NP gain on all the rest of this. But I actually do low-key want a little bit of damage here to whittle the Sea Fiend down as much as humanly possible. Ever so slightly short. Still nothing we can do in that regard. We're going to let Waver set up the arts card here. And I'll actually go for damage instead of charge, because she'll probably get the charge that she needs due to Lady Avalon's NP. And she gets it outright anyways. So Sea Fiends are kind of nasty. They just keep stacking NP gain downs. That just means that you'll get less gain every single time you use their stuff, but it is what it is. I'm going to go ahead, pop Waver's Noble Phantasm first, and I'm going to ignore the Lady Avalon cards in favor of a Castoria Berserker card here. In theory, Lady Avalon's card would deal more, but I'm basically just hedging my bets and saying if I need to get back to another Noble Phantasm, that would be a really good idea. So remember, Waver's Noble Phantasm drains, so it did set him back one charge, so this will buy me another turn. And I also have another ace up my sleeve if this were to turn south. But it doesn't. He dies anyways. Again, Waver's NP also does defense down. So that with the Mystic Code buff, it was still enough for even my NP1 Castoria Berserker to get the job done. My night's going well, Cal. How about yours? So there we go. All right, so now we're at the 3 out of 3 stage. We're definitely going to start fighting Ozzy, especially because we're at the Great Temple. But first, I believe we have a Sphinx and some guards. We'll still keep going with that. I will keep a more robust backline because Ozzy is a little bit interesting as a fight. He is going to have some potential issues if you're not like paying attention to the story, because Ozzy kind of pulls a fast one on you. So again, read story. That is my recommendation. There's a 1 out of 3 Roman guards. We'll just go for the loop. It's actually, we'll get really good refund on this opening wave because of its being so low health. The only downside is we literally got all of Ibuki's arts cards there turn 1. We're gonna try to finish the JP event. Yeah, don't forget also do your extra raids on JP because there is a mission for that. And I believe the Storm Pod freebie goes off tonight. Okay, got enough refund there. Take the Mighty Chain because there's no Arch Chain to abuse. So you'll notice I do abuse a lot of Arch Chains just for free charge on these supports. That definitely helps set me up for later turns. It's not something you have to do. And technically it makes the wave take a minuscule bit longer, but it is certainly worth it if you're worried about the longevity of a fight. So we have 387k Nitocris here. Definitely not what I was hoping for. I'll go ahead and give the dodge to her and then utilize that. And we're just going to kind of send this one. Man. I'm going to take the arts card, even though it's not effective for Proto Merlin, just to get the additional charge for her. That arts is cut in half, I see. Yes. Okay, so interesting. We get a full Brave Chain with Ibuki cards. So the best course of action at this point, especially since I'm still dodging, is to go with the full Brave Chain and basically give myself the maximum Mighty Chain possibility for NP gain. And we still didn't get a whole lot. It was better than nothing. Apparently she wants to beat up on Waver. That's fine. We are literally going to abuse this for some free and easy charge. And then I can basically stall out at least one more turn. Are you finding having late game units is altering the balance of Camelot much? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't really need to stall. She's only got 2k health. Just card it. Even with resistant cards, we'll be fine. But yeah, no, Camelot gets a lot easier nowadays compared to the way things used to be. Like 387k would have been a very imposing number back in the day. Nowadays, you can pretty quickly overcome it. So it's less of a like scary number. And again, that's not even the highest health we're going to face in Camelot. Actually, my most problematic fight is coming up here. I believe this is the Aussie Pillar, chat. And I'm trying to remember because I feel like it's like Riders or something do more damage to him. Or is it just Cavalry in general? I mean, I could use my maid altar, but she's got the QPC on. You know what? No. No, let's go with this. This is a little bit more powerful. In terms of like buffing, it's technically not like my 120 MHX can do some solid stuff, but I want to kind of show you guys Kama. Kama can be a really, like, just hilariously good unit. Actually, I think I'll switch to Plug Suit. Should give me the stun. And let's go. I never found Camelot very hard when it first came out on an A. I don't believe you, Power. If you were around when it first came out, I don't believe you. Most people were not prepared for it. And you can see why. So 503k Amun-Ra. Okay, so again, I don't have a quick buffer to support her. She is actually a quick unit, but I should be able to make do regardless. Pretty much have our maximum damage effectiveness. I'm also going to give her the arts up. For one reason, because she lost health, but for another, because she also has an arts card currently. So we basically just get to Mighty Chain this. And this should do some solid work. It's an NP5 with an MLB Black Grail. Well, he's charmed at least, so he's not going to take an action even if he lives, and he's definitely not living. So that's one way to make it easy. Again, cavalry units work, so riders, casters, assassins, and to a degree berserkers should also work, but keep in mind, the thing that makes pillars a little bit nasty is because pillars have AoE attacks, so they will hit your entire party. Also, he's a question mark, so you don't necessarily know unless you know. So a lot of people go into that fight blind. A lot of people go like, oh crap. Especially if they didn't read the story and they didn't realize what was going on. Oz didn't get FGO until May 2018, if I remember correctly. What do you mean? Wait, is this it again? I don't remember having to fight him twice. Maybe it is with more gimmicks. Well, I'm gonna do it again. Pillars, you mean pancakes to be? True. Deep lore reference there. Abby likes to eat pancakes, and Abby basically threatens to turn the pillars into pancakes at one point. Yeah, we just do it again. Unfortunately, this time I don't have a Mighty Chain, so this will probably be a 2-turn. This time you'll actually get to see a little bit of pillar action. Still gonna do the plug suit attack buff because might as well. And I'll still do a Mighty Chain. It's just gonna be with a neutral unit instead. Oh, sorry, Medea Lily, not Abby. Thank you. That's my bad. I'm thinking of the Abby pancake song. Yes, the infinite pancake stack. Which makes, was it Floros at the time, Tremble? Yep, just gonna take the Brave Chain there. Don't have a Mighty, but it's fine. We'll card with the old method, which is just have a Buster lead and put your strongest card in the third slot, which is also a Buster in this case. And there we go. Down goes the pillar. Also made pillar pancakes. Remember Medea Lily's quest? Yep. That is what chat was referring to. It's been a hot second since anyone mentioned that. Like, it's kind of why I a little bit want the ability to like do a lot of like older content again. Like at least have the old like events and stuff available to people, because I feel like there's so many like references to things that like newer players just won't get. And I think that's a travesty in all seriousness. So with split stats, I could definitely go with an alter ego since they're both cavalry, but well, it's probably just going to be easier to find a berserker. But yeah, I feel like that's one of the things FGO really is lacking on compared to other gacha games. I do not know why they do it. It is just a problem, and they definitely need to do it better. February 19th of April 2019 was when FGO released in the Australian iOS App Store. Yeah, it's been a hot second. Okay, so we only have 2 enemies here on the front, and one of them is Ozzy himself. We're gonna go ahead and send it, though, just because we can. And actually, I'm gonna pre-card Ozzy here. Just get a little bit extra firepower. Or sorry, charge, not firepower. When you can get away with it, pre-carding for extra charge can be useful sometimes. It can also lower the health of an enemy, which might get you more overkill hits. Oh no, I did not kill him. That is unfortunate. So we will not be 3-turning this one. So I could not get away with it there. I will, however, again, just abuse the charge here. Get Ozzy again. So we're going to get Ozzy in the 3rd wave. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. I am just going to Brave Chain this and go after Ozzy specifically because I kind of want him dead ASAP. Which seems to only show up in that interlude. Yeah, it's an interlude. Like, interludes are at least a thing, but it's like I said, I haven't heard anyone reference that in a while. There are many old references that, like, people have almost forgotten. Like, in that regard, like, remember, my initial instinct was that you were talking about Abby. I know exactly what you guys are talking about, but it has been a hot minute. Okay, this is a little bit problematic because he is immediately rip-roaring and raring to go. One of the things that I can at least abuse potentially here is that. So Ozzy cannot Noble Phantasm this turn because he is stunned. That I can use to my advantage. So we're going to do a full arch chain here. It should get me at least a little bit of refund. The sparkly princess and Kucaster. I pulled Astolfo and had no clue he was on the next banner, so which would you pick from my list? Nursery Rhyme, Nero, Woo Assassin for the SR ticket. Do you need a single target assassin? Because Woo is really good at that. And if not, I'd probably go Umu. Okay, just to be on the safe side, since I can't stall him again, we will now make myself invincible. And I'm going to do both of those in peace. You get cheeky with the next Evo. Yeah, when is the next Evo, by the way? I knew this one was coming up because it was of particular import to me. But, is it November for the next one? Oh, there you go. So we just shy. So it's a good thing I did the precautionary invuln for the party. So Ozzy gets off his MP. He slams Waver between two pyramids, seals his MP, and applies defense down, which is not going to do anything to me and make me not care in the slightest. Unfortunately, I get all resistant cards, so not the best of circumstances. So we'll go with the Brave Chain and hope that I have enough damage here, but it's probably not. Yeah, we'll have it with the extra. God, just barely she was able to do 12k. That's why you don't want to mess around too much with resistant cards. If you're not effective, you are dealing 0.5 damage. It is not good. Like, there's neutral. Neutral's okay. You're at least dealing 1.0 damage. Effective is 2 times, and semi-effective is 1.5 times. The Berserkers, for instance, are semi-effective against a lot of things. But if you're resistant, you're only dealing 0.5. That is not a lot of damage, and it is definitely gonna backfire if you're having to like try to damage everything with it. We've seen that thing about Earth being in a cosmic void, and outside that we have way more matter. What do you mean? Are you talking about like how outside the solar system there is like particle density and stuff like that? Because everything's just like random and rampant. I don't know why the story jumped all the way up here, but it did. Even the decisive battle, and this is an assassin that we're fighting. And I have a feeling I know who. Let's see what I have on the list of units here. I actually might have just the ticket on my all. I do. So this is San Zhang. San Zhang is a very good unit. As far as single target casters go, single target casters are not normally known for their damage output, but San Zhang can definitely do some work with you due to the fact that she is a unit that can charge herself 80% again. So same deal with the maxed out mana loading. She's going to get a whole lot better. Let me see this link. A massive intergalactic void. Interesting. Hey, Ventas, thank you for the raid, buddy. How you doing? What you been up to lately? Oh god, it's 3 of them. Okay, I maybe misguessed this, but we can still make it work. Alright, so basically we're gonna go ahead and use all of her stuff right off the rip. Of these, they're all single target assassins, so we're basically just gonna target the highest health one first, but there is some annoyances with this. Having Oberon here is not good, as you guys can see. I got 5 of a kind Oberon cards. This would be perfect for one of Ventus's challenges. Unfortunately, it's not going my way at this point. So honestly, I'll probably just use him for a little bit of a mighty chain here to let him generate some NP himself and give me some stars. I am Florida Man once again. Hey, congrats. So that's why you haven't been streaming. You've been moving. Did the whole Olga Marie quest blind first try and had a blast? Hey, nice. Yeah, the first one is at least like not too terrible. The second one is also pretty okay. The third one is the one everyone refers to as the most difficult one. So that is definitely one to watch out for, but nice. Happy to get back into the regular routine for sure. Yep. So, are you at least enjoying your setup now that you're down here in Florida? Let's see here. I could swap, but it is not a good idea to. So I actually think, against my better judgment, I'm going to go ahead and brick Sanzang. Now, you would not normally see me do this, but one of the reasons that I'm going for it is because the game is just actually screwing me on cards. Also, I basically at least have a full lineup of caster cards here since Oberon's cards can't show up. So while I'm not necessarily going to get a whole lot out of this, I can at least potentially get one of them killed and then work on another one. So we're going after Serenity here. I probably shouldn't have, actually. I probably should have gone with 100 Faces because 100 Faces has a dodge. But it is what it is. Ads, no! Full Oberon cards happen more often than you think. Usually not more often than I think. Oh my god, now I get all of her cards, of course. So that did not work out for me. That one I should have paid a little bit more attention to. But basically what I'm gonna do is this right here. Oh no, do I still not have enough? Okay, just enough for her to actually get her NP off. Unfortunately, she's dodging. So my only play is stun. I gotta pay more attention. There's nothing you can do here. Just literally send the card and enjoy. Now I can use this. Oh my god. The carding on this one has been absolutely atrocious. I got pretty much one of the worst possible seeds I could have. Sorry, chat, 1 second. And Ventas, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it, my man. Careful, Khad, you nearly became a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Listen, it happens, okay? Like, there is just a point where you have to say, like, all right, I got screwed by the cards. Make the best of it. And that's, like, one of the reasons why it's good to at least understand how to handle it. I've tried to be as verbal as possible with you guys when I'm playing, walk you guys through it, and make you guys understand like how to handle a situation in which you fuck up. If only my lineup was this jack back when I was playing this node. I can't even have C because the DPS. Yeah, like it definitely helps out to have like a back line that you can rely on. The heart of the cards betraying Khad. It's because my heart is elsewhere, chat. So basically, let's go with, again, a berserker here. 60% of my stream time is talking through my thought process at any given turn. Yeah, 100%. Because, like, you're sitting there, like, debating with yourself sometimes, too. Like, what is the best course of action? And you're trying to, like, reason your way into it. Now, one of these is going to be Tristan, and I know it. And I don't think it's this one. But if it is, oh, God. But nearly sending Castorizan P into an evading enemy is something... Oh, trust me, I do that all the time. Because I get either distracted by chat or, like right now, I am talking to this girl. So that is definitely, like, getting some of my attention, right? Like, so me not paying attention to what the enemy specifically did on that turn definitely is causing me to make some mistakes. Oh, is it Gawain again? Please tell me it's not Gawain. I'm not kidding for Gawain. Okay, let's try it regardless. I guess Khad's normie era. It's funny because we've both joked about the fact that neither of us are actually normies. But to a degree, you gotta do a normie thing every now and then. So this is unfortunate. Again, we're shy on 2 enemies. This Ibuki just basically got weight roomed. Now, part of that's on me. I have not worked on, like, my waiver skills as much as I should have, for instance. So we'll actually just go ahead and abuse the Mighty Chain on Lady Avalon, get as much charge as I can, walking into whatever fresh new hell awaits me on battle number 2. Okay, it's just more Enforcement Knights, thank God. I was getting a little worried for a second there, but this is a cakewalk. So we'll just pop all of our steroids and send it. And we pretty much know, due to the first wave, that this should have enough damage to kill. Do I have to spread the salt already, Khad? I saw your post on Twitter. It was great. I loved it. Watch TV with the wife. Understandable. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you. And thank you again for the raid. And welcome, guys, from Ventos to stream. Again, if you've never watched me, my name's Khadroth. I stream FGO all the time. I am currently working on a new player account, basically walking everybody through the story how an FGO veteran would do it. I'm obviously skipping story proper. Oops, sorry. Just touched my statue there. And trying to give everybody a little bit of a leg up on, like, understanding the game and, like, knowing how to handle story progression and various systems and things like that. So this account, hilariously enough, has gotten really lucky, but it's both, like, proper planning and play and also just being in the right place at the right time and getting lucky with it. So this is all berserkers. That is interesting. I don't believe we have a proper berserker boss in Camelot, so this is probably actually berserkers, so I might abuse this. There we go. Des Oceans de Allegres should work. Because what do you mean you're getting back 100%, 102% on 2 enemies? I mean, that might happen here. Did a P5 surf mode when she was on beta with Archer Arteria. And I've been enjoying her looping shenanigans. So yeah, like surf mode's looping capacity is hilarious. So it is just all berserker Enforcement Knights. We are basically just going to abuse this for maximum firepower on turn 1, so I don't suffer the same fate that what's his face did. Or sorry, what's her face did, Ibuki. Look, since I only have NP5, I've not gotten any issues with her damage. Yeah, like, her damage is definitely a little bit suspect, but also, like, the buff on JP has really helped her out. She's a lot more viable now. So you can do Ort with the Welfares and a few more, pretty much. Ort is a little bit about, like, preparing and knowing how to handle him, and once you do, he's not bad, per se. I think, like, the more difficult thing is trying to, like, handle the final version of him. But as long as you've, like, gotten to that point, you're probably okay. But yeah, I'm aware. I just... Look, Jack, I'm going to say this. You can copy what the guy did. Be my guest. It doesn't cheapen what I'm doing in the slightest. Because this is not about speed. This is about getting your account as properly prepared as possible. You can rush the story. And you can absolutely get through it. And you can get a lot of resources from that. But most people can't do what that guy did. Because most of you, like, if you're just starting out, aren't gonna understand the game. So it's like, it's easy to, like, point to that and be like, oh, hey, anybody can do that. Not really. A question mark and a ruler. That's an interesting one. When in doubt, berserker it out. But this could get a little bit spicy. So I still have her on the back line. Should be okay. Kid Gil nearly mauled an entire phase by himself. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of work you can do, especially due to the fact that, like, you can solo Orc. So, like, the raid is less of an issue because of something like that. If they actually required you to take 3 units at a time, Orc would be a very different type of challenge. It would be kind of funny. I think it's just all Enforcement Knights again, but I may be wrong. I'm gonna stagger cards here just to be on the safe side in case I shortchange one of these. It's because they rely heavily on 3 units and don't do anything else with any other units, so they run out. Which is funny, because that's, like, low-key what I'm doing, but I guess you could argue that, like, I understand how to use all the other units, so it's not an issue. I'm also slowly working on them on the side. Like, for instance, when I'm off-stream chat, I'm either just making blue apples to preserve so I can farm a little bit more, or I am, like, for instance, going back to, I believe Okeanos is the best one I have access to for seeds. So I have been trying to farm that. May as well just do all the steroids here. By the time you get to LB70, all the rest of the units are a good number of them to max natural level. Yep. Okay, sure, they did use Quartz Revive for the speed run. But we're still about planning. 100%. But I could also argue you almost don't need to plan Ort if you just actually have, like, developed your account. So it's like,
saying it's about planning is like, yeah, but only if you're doing something breakneck like that. Like, I'm sorry, Dade, not to be rude here, but like, I don't really care that someone did it in 55 hours. I don't really care that like they managed to beat the story as fast as possible, because what I'm doing is so infinitely more valuable to the community. Teaching people the game works so much more on so many more levels, as opposed to, oh wow, I'm not going to take away from the accomplishment he did. It's definitely interesting. It's definitely cool. But most people probably don't care. Like, it's just a fascination more than anything. It's an interesting proof of concept. It's interesting that it can be done, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I'd like to see someone speedrun the Olga fights. I mean, it's same deal. It's about planning. So it's like, as long as you plan it right, it doesn't matter. Like, to a degree, it is what it is. I'm going to say, again, it is an interesting accomplishment, but I feel like people often bring this up to me while I'm doing the new player account as a means of like almost trying to like one-up me. So if I seem a little defensive, that is why, because it's kind of missing the forest for the trees. And it's not like me actually being defensive about it. It's me pointing out, it's like, hey, it's not really relevant. It is similar, but it's not the same thing. Because like I said, your average player is not going to have the knowledge to do something like that. It serves as a point of reference? No, the fact that it serves as a point of reference is my point. You're using it as a reference to be like, oh, we're going to judge everything else by that. And it's like, no, it's, again, missing the forest for the trees. It does not matter. A new player cannot do what that person did. So being like, oh, well, you can do it in this time. It's like, it doesn't really matter. Nobody cares. Give me, I beat FGO with only double Arash Nobukatsu, and that impresses me. Yeah. Well, it's like the same thing that I've pointed out to people for years where someone goes like, hey, like someone beat a fight using only 3 stars. Hey, somebody did this using only welfares. Hey, like so-and-so managed to like solo this fight. It doesn't matter. Because if you go back and you look at that, the vast majority of people cannot emulate what that person did. So it's interesting, it's entertaining, it is not relevant for the vast majority of players. And that's why, like, I've pointed this out to people over the years that, like, for instance, oh, hey, I did a fight using only 3 stars, using CEs that you can no longer acquire, using units that are, like, absolutely geared up to the teeth, and like maxed out, min-maxed, right? Which you could do that given enough time, and then played to perfection. So it's like I said, most players don't even have the technical knowledge to play the game to such a level. Like, I sit here and I talk about this stuff all the time. You guys are usually smarter for it, but there's times where I'm doing something wrong. There's times where I basically can't, like,
perform in the way that I would like because I'm either distracted or I just like, I don't know, did not like think of something. And then there's also going to end up being times where just like the RNG just doesn't go your way. A lot of people don't understand in like, say for instance, a pre-recorded challenge fight that usually it's not done in one take. There are usually multiple runs and a lot of planning that go into perfecting, like, say, for instance, a speed run. And that's why, again, it's like, it's interesting, it's cool, it is not relevant to the average player. They cannot do anything with it. And it's just like, honestly, I guess you could argue this is like an issue I've been fighting as a streamer for years at this point. Okay, so this is a saber. This is probably Mordred again, if memory serves. But like, again, I'm not trying to like dunk on anyone or anything like that. This is just me pointing out that like, there's kind of these like logical fallacies that float around over the years, and it becomes a little bit of a like problem because you have to try to break through it and explain to people why it is or isn't a thing. And it is in fact Mordred. So, as I mentioned before, I can potentially risk this and scuff. I guess might be strong enough to kill. I think she's got a 50% C, so it's probably not strong enough to kill on the outright. But let's go ahead and send it, see what we can do. And if it doesn't drain, you can scuff. Or you could try to just be protective and use Lady Avalon's noble or invuln there to protect against it. But the problem is Mordred's just going to keep getting back to it every single turn. So let's see if we drain. Got 70% chance. We did not drain. So that basically means it's a scuff, because otherwise she is going to kill us outright. So when you want to scuff, and this is I think the first time I've actually shown you guys a scuff on this. But basically you just close down the app. If you're on your phone, you know, do whatever you need to close your app that way. But you'll see how this works, as it basically will bring us back to the exact same turn we were just at. But it is an interesting thing. I've always found challenge fights and the way people get through them interesting. I still think clearing all of story in 55 hours is a monumental accomplishment, and it is very interesting. But like I said, bringing it up constantly in a stream like this is basically just tantamount to being like, oh, you didn't need to do that. It's like, obviously I'm aware of it. Obviously I know about it. And actually, I think most people do know about it at this point. I've seen it discussed numerous times. But I don't want to, like, take away from the people that are doing stuff like that. So we pretty much know that it's not going to drain. There's two ways you can handle this. I could just say, okay, it's not going to drain, and I can pop the invuln. Or, and this is another interesting thing to teach you guys. In FGO, we have a concept called seeds. What do I mean? Basically, if I were to resend this, it would happen in the exact same way it has happened before. So I could resend Artoria's Noble Phantasm and Mordred would not get drained. However, if I activate a skill or use, say, my Mystic Code, it will change the seed. There are also other interesting ways you can change seeding with regards to crits that are not specific to the others. Crits are a little bit of a weirder topic. So like, let's say I were to use like her Noble Phantasm, that card right there, and that card right there. Obviously the 100% crit card is going to crit, but this card might not. But depending on where I put it in the sequence, I can change things around, and I might be able to change whether or not it crits. You're probably thinking, well, it's only a 30%. What are the odds of it critting? It's really low. And it's like, Yeah, but the way you need to think about a crit is as if it's yes, it will crit, or no, it won't. And you can keep playing with the like order of the cards to see if you can manage to manipulate it to get a crit. So there are different things you can do. But when it comes to changing a seed, so changing an enemy's output and your own output and actions, the only way to do that is to actually activate another skill. So in this case, there's not a whole lot I can do. I'm just going to go ahead and activate the defense buff. And let's see. Let's see if it changed it. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Well, this is a helpful thing to know if you ever get stuck and you're like right on the cusp of being able to beat a fight, right? And we still didn't get the drain. Ironically enough, we got better damage there, but it is what it is. So with that, ironically enough, this is actually an interesting thing. And I can basically maybe just outright kill here. Right, Camelot? Yeah. As I recall, one of the Mordred fights was the prototype for break bars. It was multiple battles against Mordred in the same node. I've never heard it referred to as the prototype for break bars, but yeah, I guess I could see that because it is kind of how it works. Okay, so we're loading back in. We're still on the same turn, but now obviously we have done that. So basically the idea of scuffing as well is you have to make sure you scuff before the turn ends. So you can send your stuff and then the enemy will take their actions. Only once it comes back to you has the turn ended. So you can scuff anytime up until it comes back to you and the cards are redisplayed again. And you might get away with it. Just don't cut it too close. But that is one way of handling it. But yeah, no, I actually think I'm going to just pop all of my attack buffs here and kind of full send this. And let's see. Because I might have the damage capacity to actually kill. And that time it drained. So we got a different outcome. And of course we killed, so it didn't matter. I love it. I love that no matter like how much I mess with this stuff, like seeding always has a little bit of jank to it. And it's kind of hilarious. But I wanted to kind of show you guys that so that you guys could understand the different implications. So that time it did drain. And it's kind of ironic because we've actually had really low success rate with the drain so far in the new player account utilizing my Scriptoria from the other account. The reason why I say that is because, like I said, she has a 70% chance to drain. So it's not a bad chance. It's not guaranteed, but it actually should be happening far more than it is. So it is kind of funny that I keep getting bad draws with it. All right, this is Tristan. So let's try to do the same thing that we were attempting last time. We're going to go ahead. We're going to use Okita and go for that. Yeah, we're pretty much almost done with Camelot. So we are, once we're done with Camelot, we head into Babylonia. Once we're done with Babylonia, we head into Solomon Temple of Time, which is the ending of part 1 of the story. There is basically only part 1 and part 2 of the story, but part 2 is a lot longer. There's a lot more to it. There's also the Epic of Remnants, but Epic of Remnants, while they are really nice and good to do for unlocking nodes and getting resources, they are not required in terms of story completion. So usually people will tell you, hey, skip them at least until you're caught up, because you kind of want to get caught up so that you don't get locked out of events. I actually don't have an arts card. I can get the crit damage from this, but I think I have plenty of crit damage already as is. So we will give her the arts up in that regard. And I will give her all my attack buffs because she actually does have a quite nice CE. So Okita's a little bit weird. She has Shikuchi. This is just a 1-turn quick up of about 50% if you're at rank 10. However, basically this is going to increase your attack if you inflict normal attacks before damage. Okina's card performance is actually stellar, so it makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. It makes a whole lot of sense to actually card with her after the NP, and she can potentially get back to another if she crits well. However, in this set of circumstances, I'm going for one-shot damage, therefore pre-carding to get more attack up for her Noble Phantasm to be set up is just smarter. So actually, we'll just go ahead and do with it. Just give me more crit damage. We gotta hope the 70 or the 90% crits there, and it does. But yeah, now we only have to do 249k. This should kill. If not, I will be disappointed in her. But remember, Tristan's gimmick is that he reverses the normal damage triangle, so sabers are effective against him instead of lancers. That's weird. If you didn't know it was Tristan coming up, I understand how you probably took a lancer in and went, oh crap. I've seen many people do that over the years. Don't feel too bad about it. It's perfectly fine. This is just one of those deals where, again, like, I remember all of this crap. Camelot's also one of my favorite singularities, just both narratively and in general for like the characters that it has within it. She's showing us effective, so I'm guessing that's a gimmick of the fight. In particular, yes. Tristan literally ends up reversing stuff. Poor Ku, I watched him suffer. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I don't believe this is boss battles. I think this is just the Enforcement Knights again, but I may be wrong. Let's go with the Berserker and let's try it out and let's see. Okay, he's one of the only saber faces with non-blue-green eyes. Non-blue-green eyes. I guess. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of the altars have, like, yellow, so... Okay, we definitely have a lot higher health values here. I could try to buff myself up enough to be able to handle it. Well, let's go with it. Why not? Let's see what we can do. I basically still have a good 90% charge there from that. Actually, just to be on the safe side, let's also infall. Oh man, I'll do it like that. Basically put the Ibuki Buster third just for damage potential, but also to stagger the cards. Yep, still not enough. We did get one dead though. And we will be able to do it again, so not going to be a big deal. Just send it once more. All right, Dracos are red. Yeah, I think Mordreds are as well. Oh no, wait, no, I'm thinking of the craft essence that I just saw. I was going through some of the images on my phone, and I saw the craft essence from Summer, where she's basically is like the vampire hunter, and she has red eyes and that. Yeah. Lakshmi should be yellow as well. I like how one person made one comment and now chat's like trying to prove them wrong.
Yamato Takaru counted? I count Takaru. The game technically doesn't. A saber. Is this Gawain again? Or is this just all enforcement knights? Hold on, let me back out real quick. 5 AP. I don't know. Better play it safe than sorry. Hey, we should be able to beat Camelot tonight. We are pretty much right at the end of it. This is kind of the problem. Sometimes I'm having to guess between, is it an AoE fight or is it a single target fight? Knowing my luck, it'll be an AoE fight with all enforcement knights. It's Gawain! Let's go. I guessed right. Okay. I really did not think I was going to get that one right, but we did. Okay, take the Mighty Chain. I'll put her card third just so 1 more damage and 2 potentially more refund. I'm not going to get a whole lot of refund off of a Buster card, but with an Arts Lead and a Mighty Chain, you can at least get some. There you go. It actually helped. I got 5%. Oh, he gave himself guts, of course. And you can see, look how much charge he gets. Again, he increased the charge by 2 each turn. Now is where the drain's really going to come in handy. It shouldn't be a big old guts. We're just going to give as much firepower as possible there. And the guts will pop. It will act as a sequence break in the chain, though. So we're basically going to kill him with the NP. The guts will pop. And then the card should handle, unless this is short on the NP. Nope, there we go. We got it. So now the cards handle it. Guts is weird like that. You can trigger it with an NP because an NP will act as a sequence break in a chain of cards. It's him the vibe check, right? Especially since the final boss of Camelot usually surrenders without a fight. So on this channel, I love the saber faces, obviously, as chat can see. And so I usually, I've made it a gimmick, especially on the main account, to never show me killing a saber face. However, for the purposes of this guide, because I am going through the story with you guys, I will have to show it. So chat's gonna have a field day with this. This is gonna be the only recorded instance of me killing my own wife. But technically, she's not my wife. If you've been following the story, you know. Okita is also just really good at shredding her. It is what it is. So we're basically going into about a 500k HP fight. I don't really have a better option in terms of Mystic Codes. While I could go with, like, say, the OG Mystic Code for the attack up, this one's kind of as good. So it really just boils down to what I'm dealt with in terms of the cards. You monster, technically the Lion King is not Lartoria. At least in this instance. But she is my favorite, chat. Sorry, I said 500k. It's about 600. Okay, we only have the one Okita card here to begin with. That is less than ideal, but I'm still just going to go ahead and send it. We will Shikuchi it and go with it. Probably going to need as much refund here as possible, so I'm actually going to do a weird thing. I'm going to well, no, it won't matter. I don't have to do the Mighty Chain. I was going to say, the old tactic would have been pre-carding the NP, but here, now I just basically put it after. But Basically, we're going to do this to make sure that there is technically an arts lead. But I knew I wouldn't have enough damage to outright get it. Now it's going to be who gets to their NP first, Okita or her? So the thing to watch out for with Goddess Rongominiad here is she actually has Invuln Pierce on her Noble Phantasm, and she can get to it quite fast due to having a charge skill. You have to be a little bit careful if you're running a unit that has Invuln, as opposed to somebody like, well, I don't have plugged suit, so I can't show you guys, but like, say somebody like Castoria Berserker who has Solemn Defense. Invuln Pierce doesn't pierce Solemn Defense, so you're actually pretty good in that regard. So I do have an Okita Arts card, and there are significant stars. Plus, I also have the capacity to get to my NP, so we're just going to abuse this. We're going to fire off another NP, and if we are lucky enough to kill, we kill. If not, the card should mop this up. There we go. And you can see, look at Okita's card performance there, all the way back to 93%. Okita can be really, really strong when she's critting. And that's one of the things that a lot of people underestimate about her. A lot of people think she's just kind of okay. She's one of the better kept secrets of FGO. She's actually very stellar at looping, and you would not think it at first glance. Uh-oh. Wait, do I have to do it again? I don't remember having to do it again. Was there back-to-back? Khad, how could you bully our tray? Listen. Barbaric stuff spamming caps. Don't worry about it, John. Nightbot on YouTube's end is just really like overtuned. Oh right, yeah, 671k. I forgot this is a double fight. Okay, so we get to do it again. And this time I actually do have all of her cards. So this time you're gonna see me do the crit up strat here. Also gonna abuse this because we're gonna try to get as much firepower as we possibly can. And that might not work out well for me, but we're damn well gonna try. Hopefully the 80% crits here. It did. So there you go, down to 405k. Stacking crit damage is really, really nice. And there you go, one turned. So card RNG makes a big difference. You saw, with the first one, I had to take 2 turns in order to do it. I had to brute force charge myself the second time because I just didn't get the cards. This second time, I actually just managed to one-shot because I had the cards that I needed. Like I said, I didn't even have quick supports. Imagine her with quick supports and it gets even nuttier. Now, damage output, if you're using like an NP1 Okita, not going to be as strong, but hey, it is what it is. Out of curiosity, how many total Sand Quartz could you get if you speedrun the story and finish Ordeal Call 4, including, well, the obvious big bonus? That I don't know. I don't keep track of the total amount of Saint Quartz the story gives. Usually there are tracker spreadsheets for that. Our spreadsheet's out of date. I need to get with Torak to get it up to date. But I do know Zuth keeps his up to date, and he actually does have the quartz number on there, so that should help you. But that's usually just for events. Story, I'm not entirely sure what the total amount is. And now we have unlocked several interludes, including Nidocris, which is definitely one that I've been needing. And we got a free copy of Bedivere. And next up is Absolute Demonic Front Babylonia. So that'll be next on our list of things to do. Also, there's now free exchange conditions for that. Just, it doesn't mean that you can get the CE for free. It just means it won't cost you a rare prism. But again, so we will basically check us for the next time. Hope you guys have a good one. If you haven't already, subscribe to the YouTube, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Twitch, get on the Discord. It's the easiest way to know when I'm streaming next. So I'll see you guys for the next one. Have a good evening. I've never felt so unattractive in my life. I'm sorry, Chen. You are definitely attractive in your own right, okay? Don't worry, Khad, we're all adults here. We understand. I sometimes doubt that, but...